it's a bird, it's a plane, it's superheroes! If you have ever dreamed about saving the world or fighting evildoers, then you might want to be a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Superhero? It's a reality show on the SyFy Channel, and we have here today two of the finalists, Parthenon and Hygiena. Good morning to you guys.
Good morning.
So, first of all, how did you guys get involved in this? You're a homemaker and you're a college advisor?
I run the college department.
Okay.
Yep.
So, why did you guys want to be superheroes?
Ladies first.
Well, who doesn't want to be a superhero? I think there's a little superhero in all of us. And we had the opportunity to audition, and here we are. I'm a homemaker turned hero.
So your alter ego is Melody Mooney.
That's correct.
Okay. And what are your powers?
My superpowers are fighting grime and crime.
With kitchen utensils.
That's right, with a feather duster. We need some cleaning up. Anybody?
I'll take some.
Parthenon, you're really Dan Williams from California, as Maria
From
said.
Orlando.
Or from Orlando,
Yep.
That's right. And what are your superpowers? And how'd you come
My
up with
superpowers come from my Armor Guard gauntlet, and they give super strength, invulnerability, and flight. And for each gemstone that I click, I get another superpower, such as a sonic blast, a force shield, and I cast illusions.
Oh, you got a lot of stuff going on there.
I do.
Wow.
But I can only use one power at a time, so that's my major weakness.
Now, but we can tell who you are. I mean, as an alter ego, I mean, secret identity not very good.
I think the super suit is kind of shiny enough to kind of mesmerize people, and so they don't recognize me.
I keep it clean for
Now,
now.
you're all competing for, this is a reality show, you're all
Yes.
competing for the opportunity to have your characters immortalized in a comic book,
An action
an
figure.
action figure.
And you get to be in a sci-fi
You
movie.
get to be in a sci-fi
And what do the
movie.
people in your alter ego lives think of this?
Everybody's really excited. My little nephews and nieces are at home, always watch me on TV, and they can't wait for it. So everybody's really
All
excited.
right. Well, good luck. Who Wants to Be a Superhero airs tonight at 9, 8 Central Time on the SyFy Channel. And later we'll be getting crafty, making our own jewelry.
But first, your local news.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Williams, aka Parthenon, and I will be your host for this evening. This evening is the grand finale. We are actually watching the last two episodes, so episodes 7 and 8, which are the two finale episodes. But what would a finale be without some special guests? So let's welcome some of our heroes. First up, we have Basura. Hi, Basura.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? I'm at my friend's
Lovely.
house in the kitchen. Hey.
That's always the best place to be because it's closer to the drinks. Ting.
Yeah, and the food. My friend's mom's making pupusas, so
I have no idea what that is.
it's gonna be delicious.
It sounds delicious.
Yeah. But
I know.
thank you.
I'm
Great to see you again.
Of course, I'm glad to have you. Also, welcome back. Hi, Gina. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine. It's been quite a week, but I'm glad that we all got together to maybe escape for a little bit.
I think so. I think that's a good thing. I think we're going to talk about that in a bit too. So yes, I would agree. All right. Also joining us today is the Defuser. Welcome, Defuser.
Greetings, greetings. How's everybody doing?
Is that a bear shirt?
I think it's
for a cure.
Scare for a cure.
Yeah, Scare for a cure. I just saw the R-E. I thought it was Dare. The Scare for a cure.
Yeah. He's putting the boo in boobies. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
Yep. I know your tagline. I went to it.
Saving the tatas one scream at a time.
That's right.
I love it. It makes it
Did
fun.
you tell everybody about that already? The Scare for a cure?
Nope, haven't talked about it yet.
Well,
I
at some
know.
point, Dan.
I would agree. Hey, I said this is the episode where we're going to kind of catch up on everybody, so it's going to be fun. But we do have a couple more special guests for this evening. Braid is going to be joining us in a little bit, but she's having technical difficulties, so she'll be back. But in the meantime, talking about some technical difficulties, it might be this guy's doing It is feedback from season 1.
Hi, Matt.
Hi.
Hi,
How is
Matt.
everyone?
Wonderful.
Doing
How about
good.
you?
Great. I could hear you much better this week, Defuser.
Oh,
Your-
good, good.
Your
I'm glad.
volume is good this week. I can hear.
Nice.
I'll just
Um,
pretend I'll talk like this.
Wanted to give a shout out to Fat Mama's son, Daniel. He graduated. Congratulations to him, and happy birthday to Archive and Sparrow, 2 members of Tower.
All right.
Nice. Yes, absolutely.
I like it. Well, happy birthday to them, and congratulations on graduating. Congratulations on graduating. It's fun to say. All right. And we also do have a couple more special guests. This one's kind of a fun one. So I want to introduce you guys to Matt Haley. So hi, Matt.
Hi.
So for those of you that don't know, Matt is not a superhero himself. However, he is strongly associated with us. Matt, what did you do on the show?
I was the illustrator and creative consultant for the pilot and both seasons of the show.
Right? That is so cool. So
That's
I have a
right.
couple of pictures of your artwork to kind of show people so you can kind of get an idea of what you did.
Okay.
But you did this kind of stuff. So
Yes.
every time we went to a commercial break, you did all the artwork for that. Is that
That's
correct?
right. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite ones is Hygiena with the scrubby toilet.
Oh my god.
That's a great one.
You have to show the dog now, too.
Yeah, the dog is up, so I have it, of course.
Oh, that's right.
No
God, I
dog.
forgot half of these.
Yeah, the dog was always my favorite because it's always a running joke between the heroes. So anytime we're like, that makes no sense, we show the picture of the dog and we're just like, dog. Because that challenge. But
So
I was like that one. And this one.
Hygiena was season 1, is that right?
Season
No.
2. Season 2.
Yep.
All
Yeah.
season 2.
Okay.
Everybody's season 2 here except for feedback. He is on season 1.
We got to do
There you go.
season 1 at some point.
Yeah, it's true. We're talking about it, so
We got
you
it.
know.
Thank you so much.
I know. See, but we only have this one. Wait, season 2. See, I have that logo. Oh,
Well, I
Okay.
can help you out. Yeah.
I have one too. It's fine. I made that one anyway. But yeah, so what did you actually, what was your experience on the show and how did you get involved with it in the first place?
Okay, well, I actually got involved through, as we were talking about earlier, Craigslist. So,
Which is crazy. But how did you get involved in Craigslist of all
well,
things?
I'll tell you, in the 90s, I was penciling comic books mostly for DC. I did a lot of Supergirl, Batgirl, Wonder Woman, did the Superman Returns movie adaptation, but I did a little bit for Marvel, and before I did a lot for Dark Horse. So, as the industry was going through a lot of changes, and it was very difficult to make a living in comics, as I was the fastest artist in the world, I started using Craigslist to get into video game art, which paid a lot better. Through Craigslist. I had read an article that Craigslist was a thing, and this is quite a while ago. And I was living in Portland at the time, and I saw this one in Los Angeles. Oh, well, that's where the entertainment industry is. And I stumbled into working for Ubisoft and Sony and a bunch of other companies doing just like package art and layouts and designs for video games. Never worked in-house. So while I was in the middle of that, I stumbled across, I became a Craigslist power user. I had RSS feeds set up, and I was like looking at all the cities all around the world. And that's how I built my digital art career. One night, in the middle of the night, I saw an ad on the LA Craigslist doing a casting session. I think Matthew and I, you know this story, where they were casting people to come in costume to be cast for the sizzle reel, which we were using, or they were using to pitch the show.
That was at Golden Apple. At Golden Apple Comics.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I actually showed up. I showed
Other
up to
people-
that audition with a different hero.
Yeah, that's right. So, and I remember recognizing you in season 1 and going back and looking at the pilot and realizing you looked very different, but you still had the same like sort of superhero moves. So but it was a casting notice. Well, I had just built my first horrible little website, and I was trying to figure out how to get into television, frankly. So I immediately sent whoever posted it an email, said, "Here's what I do. Here's my website. Could you please send my website to the producers? I would love to be involved. If you're doing a show about superheroes, you're going to need superhero art." 10 minutes later, I get a frantic phone call from Mike Bloom, who at the time was the producer, because at the time this was going to be at MTV. And going, "Oh my God, thank you so much for getting in touch. How soon can you be down here?" Well, I didn't live in LA. I lived in Portland. So I had to go, well, I'd have to come down. They flew me down. They put me up. We were up in Santa Monica. And I remember the first thing they asked me is, "Okay, do we need to put a camera over your art and shoot?" I said, "No, it's all digital. I have a laptop now." I went, "Oh, thank God." So we spent 2 weeks in an edit bay, and I just sat out in the hall. And actually, after 5 o'clock, Mike would come around with one of these.
That's the best kind of work environment.
And we would just keep working. So I just ground out as much art as humanly possible, finished it, they sent it off, and then I didn't hear anything for almost a year. And then I saw online, "Oh, the show's been picked up on the SyFy Channel. This is fantastic." So I sat by the phone. Okay, they're going to call me any day. This is going to be it. It's going to start my career. Nothing. I had to chase down, I think Nash Entertainment was the company that owned it. I had to chase that job. We did the first season. We were beating Battlestar Galactica in the ratings. It was a huge success. I hear we get picked up for a second season. Okay, I'm sitting by the phone. It's going to happen any day. I had to chase every single time to come back and do this job. I had to go into Andrew Nash's office and go, please let me work on the show. I was like, well, I don't know if we can afford you. So the first season,
it's like, what? Did you see my stuff? That's all you got to say.
Right. This is what I did. That stuff right there.
Yeah.
So the first season, I had an office at Sunset Gower, but I didn't have any furniture. So I had to go into the edit bay and steal a desk and a chair. And while I was working on it, when Feedback and I were working together, I had things like a fire ant infestation in my office. I remember the first weekend we had to get the first episode together for the upfronts. I had been up for almost 48 hours, hadn't slept, trying to get the art done. I just put a note on my door saying, I'm taking a nap for an hour, don't bug me, laid down on the floor and started itching and realized I had fire ants all over. So,
oh my God.
By contrast, the second season, I had a bigger office. We had a catered, like a huge kitchen, and they got us lunch and dinner every day. And I had a runner, so it was a completely different experience.
Nice. See, season 2, you got the money. You can always tell.
Season 2, I got the money, yeah. And we got 2 more episodes.
Yeah.
So other people are kind of shocked that there was a pilot, by the way. So everybody's like, pilot? What? And I agree.
I know I got it here somewhere. I'll see if I can find it. I'll send it to you.
Yeah,
so I found out about it on a random website that was saying that this was going to happen, and I couldn't believe that I had found the notice that they were going to do this thing before it happened. Because in my life, it's usually I find out about that stuff afterward and go, "Oh God, I wish I would have known." And so I went with a character called Nightbeam, who got powers from different frequencies of artificial light. So, like neon light would give him one power, and the lights from like the street lamps would let him glide and stuff like that. So he could kind of fly, but only at night. So he was powerless in sunlight. So by day he was a normal guy. And then at night when, you shine a xenon laser on him and, now he's got this super strength or whatever. So
I liked the outfit. I liked your costume for that. It was cool.
I still have it. Yeah.
Really?
Now we need pictures of that. Just
now we need some pictures.
I know I've got it here somewhere.
I love it. But it sounds a lot like Captain Marvel, like the original that eventually became Photon, because all of her powers were light-based as well, and she could turn into different frequencies and stuff and travel on electric beams.
Well, this is a guy that was like trying to develop a glow-in-the-dark paint that would glow in different colors and then, exploded. And
you had like a spin move or something. I just remember seeing in the edit, it was when you were in the comic store, even Golden Apple, you had some badass like finishing move.
Well, it was fun. And the thing is that like I waited for months going, oh, please let me hear something about this. And I heard nothing. Yeah. And I was so disappointed. And I thought, okay, I didn't get in. And what I realize now is that if I had gotten in to the sizzle reel, I never could have gotten into the real show. So that's a story I always tell to people about, the things that you think that you want to happen. Yeah. Sometimes if they were to happen, the thing you really want wouldn't be able to happen. So sometimes it's not getting it makes you win.
Because kind of what you said, I was late as well. So I knew about the audition for season 1, but I found out like 2 days before it. So I got them my reel and they're like, oh, we already have everything cast. Sorry. But then they called me for season 2 and they're like, hey, we're interested. You want to come back? And I was like, yes. So it was kind of like a happenstance, a happy accident of not getting in on time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What about the rest of you guys? How did you all get in?
I think I also heard about it in season 1, and I had developed hygiene because Mark was going to a lot of comic conventions, and I was like, everybody needs to take a shower. And it's really bad here, and it was a big joke. It was a big joke because I would, and this is kind of pre what I mean. He's been going to comic book conventions since he was 9 in like San Diego and LA. And so when we got together, it was our nerdy thing to do. But I think I submitted something for season 1. And again, I didn't hear anything back. And I was like, oh, well, like that, I have this hygiene character. And then season 2, just like you, Dan, I think they had me on there like on a list.
Yeah.
And they said, go and audition in Universal. So we went to Universal and that's how I found out about it.
Very nice. I'm actually I'm gonna pop out for a minute and I'm gonna let Braid come on so she can tell you her story. So I'll coming back in a minute.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, there she is.
There she is.
There she is. I got on by sending, actually, I lived in Illinois at the time, so I sent in a video, so I never went to a live audition. So I had to write my backstory and have my costume and all that. So I made like a whole production. My kids were little then, so we made like a video and we acted it out like they were being abducted. So yeah, that's how I got in.
Oh, wow. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Can you like send it to me?
Yeah.
I'll find that thing. It's around here somewhere. I'll find it.
Cool.
Yeah. And I'm like, Stan, pick me. And then he called. So there you go.
That's wild. And you were in the first episode, is that right?
Second
Episode, okay.
Yeah.
Everything is such a blur from that, and I haven't even seen these episodes, and I couldn't tell you how long. So it's just tickles me to get to see you all again.
Yeah, but your artwork is amazing.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had to sit. It was interesting because I'm intimate with all of you visually, but I'm not sure I met everybody. I met most of the cast, but I would draw all of your faces like all day and all night for weeks. So I feel like I know all of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's visually speaking. I like it.
Visually.
It's a weird thing. Like, I work as an art model, so it feels similar to being on stage because everyone's staring at me and drawing or painting me because that's my job. And then I don't really know them, and it's rude of me to stare at them. So they're staring at me for hours and hours.
It's not rude.
And I'm staring at the same spot on the wall. And then I get a little break and I say, "Hey, that's a great painting." But it's kind of a weird thing. So.
Hey Dan, I have to plug in my laptop. Give me 2 seconds.
So are you sure you still do that? Do you still do the the artistry?
Taking a break right now because of quarantine. I did model online on like a Zoom thing for a caricature group and then for another group in, costumes, fancy headdresses, crazy hairstyles. So there's a lot of people that want to keep drawing and they're kind of bored. And the caricature thing was so cool. And people were really funny. And some of them were shy because they would draw with like weird, huge cheeks and like big goofy teeth or something. And it was really funny. And some of the caricatures really express like who we are inside or something really goofy about our character. So that was cool. But for the audition, I tried out at Universal City Walk. I missed out on season 1. I watched season 1 and I loved it. And then I wanted to try it out. And I had my Basura costume down, but I didn't know if people would be into the character. I actually had a second character I was considering that was like a librarian, but I really loved
We like the bugs.
I loved Basura. I love the bug thing. And I just didn't know if other people would like it. Like, okay, trash and bugs, I don't get it.
Yeah.
So I'm glad
I actually had two other ones too. Oh, go ahead.
What was the name of your librarian character?
I didn't have a good name.
Biblioteca.
I want her catchphrase to be quiet, silence. Good.
Yeah.
I actually had two other characters too because
it
I
was
thought
like knowledge of power kind of thing,
See, that's fun. But I didn't actually think that they liked my character of originally as Paragon. So I actually came up with two other ones, and one was called Brace because I have a really bad back, and Feedback and I caught up on this as well in the elimination stuff, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But I have a horrible back, and so I thought it'd be fun to make that a prominent feature and make it like my back brace gave me superpowers. And then I had that character for season 2, and they're like, "No, we like Paragon." I was like, "Oh, well, screw that then." So make it fun. But yeah. Also, before I forget, Braid, we talked about stylized stuff. And so my friend Marnie has a little bit of a stylized thing for you as well. It is fan art of Braid.
Oh my God. Look at those thighs. That's probably my thighs now since I've been in quarantine eating.
I know. I loved it.
Cool.
Right? Marty drew it up and she's like, "Oh, I hope she likes it. It's super stylized." And I'm like,
I do love it. She's got my staff and everything up in there.
Right? I liked your hair, and it was like, whoosh,
yeah, I love
she's
the hair.
fabulous. And then this is her response. Yes.
Thank you, Marnie. I appreciate your drawing.
She's fun. Awesome. She's fabulous. It's true. All right, I'm going to pop out again, and I'm going to put Matt back in, and we can talk a little bit more about, I guess, the characters and stuff. But I'll be back in a minute, and I'm going to put Matt in. So switching out.
Okay, well then somebody else has to host. I have no idea who's it. Crystal, I think you're the host. I think you're it.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I think she should be too. I'm popping back up.
Let's go back to Dan.
This is hilarious.
We haven't heard
Being Disney.
I know, because it's like, what am I going to do? You can only have 6 people per the thing. And I'm like, no, I like it. And I want everybody
Hollywood
to
Squares.
Right.
Abbreviated Brady Bunch.
It's true.
Yes.
Well, exactly. Well, so Matt, I think it's quite cool that you have all those like artwork and stuff. Do you actually have the original stuff on your computer for all the stuff that you did?
Sadly, no. All the files are owned by Nash or SyFy Channel. So when I was done, I had to give them everything. I think Matthew and I, Feedback and I did some conventions and like some charity stuff. And I feel like I generated some other art for that. I don't really remember, but yeah, all the stuff for the show.
Mid Ohio Con.
You did Mid Ohio Con. That's right. Yeah, we had a good time. Raised a lot of money. So no, I don't own any of that stuff. And what's funny though is that since then, that became like what I did for a living for quite a while. I did exactly that job where I would take JPEGs, just freeze frames of whatever from the show or from whatever I was working on. And I did the Comic-Con Episode 4 movie with Stan and like Joss Whedon. Did like 80 pieces of art in there, and the one sheet. Did it for a number of other like commercials and that sort of thing. And from there, I've created a business, having done this show, where I do pop art, comic art for television, film, commercials, corporations. I just did a whole brand for Microsoft this last year. I did a motion comic for Gotham, the TV show. And so now that's become what I do, which is wild.
I think it's great that you can actually make a living doing what you love. It's so cool when you can make it all work.
Well, I mean, there's, I don't get weekends or anything, but it's funny, like when the quarantine happened, nothing changed. I'm in here and I work and I don't leave the house. So,
It was just hard toilet paper.
I did stock up. And then over the past few years, I've gotten into live action television directing. We sold a show last year called Black Star Warrior, which I want to say was on brownsugar.com, which is like a kind of a blaxploitation grindhouse channel. We did a 70s blaxploitation sci-fi show, and then I just did another one called Cyberfist, which I'm in the process of cutting, and then, of course, everything kind of ground to a halt. But I'm still doing the comic art because I did it for so long, and I really miss it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love doing it.
Absolutely. We actually have a question from the audience as well. They want to know, how was it working on Gotham?
Gotham was great. I've had a long relationship with DC Comics and Warner Brothers, but I had never heard of the show until I got the job. So I did a motion comic. It's been a couple of years, and it was about the character Mr. Freeze. I guess the shtick of Gotham is it's Batman as a little kid, and so everybody's much younger. Yeah. And then I became like an ardent fan. So they put it on Fox in between seasons, and it was like 20 million people saw it. Of course, it didn't help me in the slightest. But it was fun. It was fun to kind of get to go back to my roots. You know what I mean? Like I just finished doing some art for the new Snowpiercer TV show, and it's kind of the same idea. So it's great. It's just I'm gaining weight sitting around all day, but there's not a lot of moving. Yeah.
Same. I'm dating a chef, so it's gourmet meals like every single time, and it's like, how am I not going to have seconds? I feel it.
So, Matt, I want you to do music videos like Aha's Take on Me.
If there's, it's funny. I actually did a version of that song and that music video for like the Princess Cruise Lines 6-7 years ago that I found on Craigslist. They wanted me to create versions of the animated panels that were going to be on huge screens behind these dancers on these cruise ships, and it was a great gig. So I have already done that.
Oh,
Isn't that wild? Yeah.
That's so cool.
I know. I think we just need to have like one interview session with just Matt where you just show us all of your fun stuff and you're like, let's look at cool things. And I'll be like,
if there's a budget, I'll draw anything. So if anybody out there needs art, I'm just sitting around. Give me a call.
You're like, and good. Or you're going to find them on Craigslist. Ding. Nowadays, that means something else, but we're good.
Not anymore. Not anymore, yeah.
Right, I know. All right, well, I'm going to switch gears really quick, and so I'm going to take out a couple people, and I'm going to put in Hygina, because I want to talk about what we showed at the very beginning. So I will bring you guys back in 1 second. So I'm going to take you guys off the screen, bring back in me some Hygina. Woo!
Hi!
So I kind of wanted to talk about it real quick, because in the opening, we actually showed when we were on the Today Show.
Yes.
Yeah, so you have fun on it.
That was so much fun. It was. It was just like kind of one of those weird, did I just do this moments? It's like got picked up by a car, flown to New York, stayed in a great hotel. You and I ran around doing all kinds of crazy things. Went out to dinner. I think we went on a radio show. We went on an SNL, the stages.
Yeah,
and we got in our suits. We were
Okay.
running around, actually, like Gotham or like a big city like that. And that was just the most fun ever.
It was a crazy time because we actually went out there because the producer of it is named Bill Brennan. So he's like the main advertising person. And so when we got there, we got these cool folders from SyFy. And in it was our itinerary and stuff like that. It was super neat. And so the pictures that we're kind of showing on the screen are actually taken backstage of the Today Show, which was a super small dressing room. Like it was tiny. Like I was surprised.
Yes, it's all very small, and they were briefing us about what we were going to do on the walk outside, and we're going to do teasers, and they're doing our little hair and makeup, and we met all of the hosts and everything. It was very surreal.
Yeah,
it was like, wow, okay, this is going to be shown, because I watch the Today Show all the time, so it was pretty neat to experience that, and also because there was a long time there when you do the show and you have to wait to talk about it. It's a weird holding pattern that you're in because you've just had this awesome experience and contractually you can't share it. So you have all this like pent up, you want to talk about it, and so I think it was a kind of nice little experience to have.
It was really cool. So we got to meet like Al Roker, and so here's our pictures with Al.
Yeah.
And then what was neat is they took us to 30 Rockefeller, which 30 Rockefeller, for those of you that don't know, is like the NBC's main place. That's all their studios and
30
stuff
Rock.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you ever seen the TV show, that's basically that, right? But the cool thing is that's where the SyFy offices are at. So the SyFy Channel's offices.
Yes.
So this was Bill Brennan,
Yes.
who was the head of like advertising for our whole thing. So he's the one that put together all of the press kits and all this stuff.
Yes.
And so he's the one that actually flew us to New York to actually meet him.
Right.
So me with him as well. But then the thing that I thought was the neatest thing is they let us run around the building. And Bill has access to literally everything.
Bravo. I think we went over to Bravo.
Yep. So I have that picture. I'm not going to take the picture.
Of course.
So, yeah. So I was like,
in our superhero costumes, of course. Like you have to, you got to stay in the costume.
Yep.
And nobody really blinked at us.
Nope, not at all, which is the hilarious part. And then they let us go on the stage of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
So because they brought us into the theater, and I'm like, Bill, are we allowed to get on the stage? And he's like, I don't care. And I was like, I don't care. And I'm like, jumped on that stage so fast. And we took a couple pictures, and we were like, yeah, we felt like rock stars.
We felt like rock stars, yeah.
It was hilarious because the stage is like the size of my living room. It's so small that I don't know how they film anything.
Small.
Yeah, right? It was like crazy. And then this is us running around New York in our super suits, of course.
New York, just as you do, as you do.
Yeah. Grabbing a hot dog and stuff like that. And then we got whisked over to the 1221 Avenue of America building, which is the head of Sirius Radio.
Right.
And so we went on there with a guy named Frank DiCaprio. Oh, that's another one of us on Saturday Live. There we go.
Does he still have his show?
I think he does, actually. But it's on the Out channel for Sirius Radio.
Okay.
Yeah, but he actually got started a long time ago. I want to say... not the Today Show. Oh gosh, what was Jon Stewart's show?
Daily Show?
The Daily Show. Yeah. So he used to be a correspondent on there, and he would go out at the movies, and it was like a gay take on movies. And stuff like that. So I actually knew who he was. But the cool thing is that we got to interview for this and get to talk to him all about all of our superheroes and all that kind of stuff. And you got to join, which was super fun.
Yeah. That was fun.
Then we got our picture with them and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it was just kind of a weird whirlwind of like 2 days of craziness of running around in New York with our spandex and our capes.
Yes, and you hear a lot of actors and directors and people who create film and television. They have these press junkets, and they're so weary because they've spent like 3 months in press junkets. Well, that wasn't us. We were loving it. We were like, oh my God, this is so much fun because,
it was like
we're not like jaded and So it was a little bit like that. It was their mini press junket that we got to do. And it was special.
I thought so too. Like it was a super fun thing. So it's kind of a nice thing that we kind of like, I got to do it. So it's just nice. I enjoy it. So it's good. All right. Well, I'll bring in some others so we can actually get started back over here. So let me grab a couple more people. I'm going to grab some feedback and I guess Defuser, and I'll grab Braid really quick. Ding. Okay. So I kind of wanted to say feedback. You were actually a big part of the show though. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, you were on the first episode, the last episode, and Feedback did all of our exit interviews, right?
Yeah,
so,
and I don't know if you all got to experience that that point where you filmed something, and then when you watch the episode, it's gone, and you're like, what happened? That was so cool, and it's not there anymore. And you talked about it last time, how we had an interaction on, I think it was episode 5.
It was 6 when you tore open the
6. Yeah, and you know, they had me running down the street and ripping, you know, doing the whole Superman thing where I ripped off my shirt and buttons went flying and, you know, my costume was underneath. And I mean, just filming that day was kind of a little bit of a fantasy fulfillment. So I felt like that was kind of a neat thing.
And then to not see it, for them to cut it.
Right.
And then for it to be gone.
It's so weird.
Yeah, and then but I think that's what brings us all together, is that there are some moments that we know together as a group that unfortunately no one will ever see. And that brings us, you know, really close together. And
superhero ping pong.
Superhero ping pong. I'm telling you, I was convinced I was going to be on the show because that was my favorite thing to do in the lair, and I was like,
but so let me tell you about the interviews, the after show thing. So actually, Major Victory was lined up to do that, and so they called me and they told me, hey, would you consider doing the after show? And I said, I thought Major Victory was doing that. I just talked with Chris yesterday, and they're like, well, you know, we're having some issues. So I said, well, I can't, let me call you back. So I called Chris and Major Victory, and I said, hey, they're calling me about this. I don't want to say yes to this if it's going to take away an opportunity for you. And he said, hey, man, like whichever way it falls, you know, go for it. And so so I ended up doing it. And I think it would have been a lot funnier, obviously, if Chris had done it, because he's so funny and so quick.
Slapstick.
And, you know, and really it would have been a laugh riot. And I think I just brought my childlike enthusiasm to it.
See, I think that's the cool part about it.
Yeah, you were heart. You were all heart.
And I have a little clip of it. It's just kind of like welcoming people. So if you didn't get to see them, they were posted on SyFy.com on the after shows. So it was Feedback's Lounge. But here's a little snippet of him doing those.
Welcome, SyFy Channel and SyFy.com viewers. Thanks for joining us at Feedback's Lounge for the after show. And you've known her as Braid, but now I'm going to introduce you to Crystal. You know him as Mindset, but today we have with me Phil. You've known them as Mr. Mitzvah and Miss Limelight, but I'd now like to welcome Sir Ivan and Trisha to the Feedback Lounge. And you've known her as Basura, but I'd like to welcome Asia to the Feedback Lounge. You know her as Whipsnap. I'd like to welcome Paula. You know him as Parthenon. I'd like to welcome Dan to the Feedback Lounge.
So let me just leave them with a word that it's one single word, but it speaks volumes. Excelsior! Very good.
Thank you, SyFy Channel and SyFy.com viewers, for joining me in the Feedback Lounge with the amazing Stan Lee. Be heroic and game on. I love the comic book. I just need to thank you one more time.
Oh, it is a great comic book.
I had to put that part in there with Stan because I was like, it was so cool.
I know. And that's what was interesting is, you know, you think, oh, you're doing the series and you've got this wish fulfillment, and then you know, win the prize, and then it keeps going, and you're like, oh my gosh, there's more stuff that happens. I actually did a recording for the blind and dyslexic audio comic of the comic book, and Stan Lee agreed to come to the RFB&D studios and record for the audio comic. So whenever there's a little narration panel in the comic, when you listen to the audio comic, it's got his voice doing that.
That's so cool.
That's
that was
fun.
It's just super awesome. He was so amazing. And Jarrett, you know what that's like.
We'll get to that.
Wait, Ted. But feedback, a lot of people are commenting that they love your beard and that they are excited for your beard. And here's one. Love the beard. I know. So here, wait, I'll zoom in for you. Show it off. You got to be like,
there's the gray.
Yeah, don't show that.
It's good. It looks good.
It's good.
I'm going for the Gandalf look eventually.
Yeah.
Because that's basically what feedback is he's a wizard, but instead of studying spell books, he plays video games. Like, that it's a very fancy and form of magic. You figure out which video games you're going to play, get those powers, and then hope that some challenge later on in the day, uses that's appropriate to solve that challenge.
Exactly. I'm actually going to take Braid. I'm going to put you back in a minute, but I'm going to take you out because I want to bring Matt back in because he's got a little thing for you in the private channel. Go ahead and say it.
Which one?
What?
Hey, you got your own lounge?
Yeah, feedback. You got your own damn lounge.
Yeah. Well, look where they got me now. I'm like in a
basement.
Bunk bed prison.
What was the lounge thing? You said that was an after show because I never saw any of it.
After show.
Yeah.
Did it stream on the site or something?
So here's what's great. You know how you guys were upstairs in the lounge, right? Or upstairs in the lair.
Mm-hmm.
So I was downstairs, like listening to all the producers make all these decisions and talk about what was going on. And I was sitting there going, this is exactly what happened in my season. I know it. I know that people just sat down here and they made these decisions.
So I have a question about this. So I was just back at Sunset Gower Studios for season 2. For season 1, I got to go to where they were filming and feedback, right? And it was some industrial building downtown Los Angeles. And you guys all lived there for a couple of weeks. Is that the deal?
It was a sewing studio on the bottom where they actually sewed like garments and stuff like that. And then we lived on the top level. But it's actually featured in a lot of different TV shows. Like every now and again, I'll be like, "Hey, I recognize that window." And
So I had never been on like a reality TV show set before, and I remember going into the basement. I want to say Scott Satin and Rick Tellis, one of the directors, brought me in just to see the deal. They had editors 24/7. Hi, hello, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
He brought me this.
Oh,
that's a good man.
Roses. Some girls get chocolates. This is what I get.
That's very appropriate for these times.
Holy grail. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just stunned to see there was like a wall of flat panel monitors with like a dozen editors watching you guys 24/7 and going and cutting deals out of that. And it blew my mind. I'd never experienced anything like that. What was it like living in those? How long did you all live together? First of all,
a month.
Yeah, because basically every episode was like 2 to 3 days in actual time, and then that was the filming of it. So it was like 24 actual days of filming, I want to say.
And it was creepy at night because you
jealous.
could hear the cameras. If you move, you hear this bzz, 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 as they're zooming in, and all you're doing is rolling over in bed.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And so, Matthew, when you did season 1, how long did you all live together?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
2 weeks.
They did it in 2 weeks?
Every day was half an episode.
Yeah.
So there was an elimination after every actual day, and then in our season there was an elimination at the halfway mark and then at the end.
Okay, but what I'm after is because I only saw the final edits they gave to me and then had to generate the art. Did you all sleep there?
Yeah. We slept in the little beds that they show all the time. Yep.
How much did that suck? How uncomfortable was that?
It was awesome.
It screwed with your mind.
Tell me.
It was like the Waltons.
Boy. Yeah. We all, I mean, like we all handle it a little bit differently, right? And I think Matt and I have talked about this since the show, and I used to get up really super early in the morning and do this yoga because you weren't allowed to talk to each other and say your real names. You'd have to say your character names. So I would just say over and over to myself, Melody, I'm Melody, I'm Melody. Because it starts to get like a little bit of hostage situation going.
Really?
And you start to get like, oh yeah. And they do these like confessionals at 2 a.m. And so it was to keep things, because I knew there was Melody. I knew they were producing a show. And then I knew there was Hygiena. But I could see how somebody could slip into thinking that this, you know what I mean? Like losing touch with reality very quickly.
2 weeks, I guess I could understand, but a month is just
it was
life-altering.
Yeah, there's some PTSD afterwards.
What I was going to ask is, once it was done and the show was over and you all went home, how long did it take to sort of readjust?
Long time.
I
Really?
thought everything was a test. I
Yeah,
thought
so
everything-
Matt too.
I was looking for cameras. I literally one night woke up freaking out because I could see the little red light in the smoke detector.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a camera.
See, my thing is, like, I got so used to be calling Parthy that it was weird being called Dan again.
Yeah.
And then, like, on the TV show, I made sure, like, I never said a cuss word, but I love to cuss. It's super fun. And, like, it's great. But after not doing it for, like, a month, I was just like, oh my gosh, can I say crap? And I'm just like, what am I doing? And I was like, it's a weird.
I seriously thought you guys only lived together for like 7 days.
No.
That's crazy.
And I've kind of forgot that people can be such jerks and passive aggressive and not good problem solvers, because living in the lair with all you guys, everyone was so cool and everyone talked to each other about the problems we had and supported each other, and we were blocked off from the rest of the world, but we had each other. And, you know, going back to work and having people that wouldn't communicate problems, being around people that were jerks or, you know, like I said, passive aggressive or something, just like, it was crazy and amazing to be in a show that's supposed to be a competition, but we were also supportive of each other, and then to go back to the real world.
So Dan, Dan, I'm sorry, I don't mean to hijack this. I just had one other question, because there's a lot of things about the show that I don't know, because I was involved in the post-production process, even though I was with the show for the whole run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did all of you have to take like psychological tests?
Yes. So we talked about this actually once before, because when you auditioned for it and they brought you to the Sunset Gower Studios, one of the major things you had to do was talk to a psychologist for like an hour. And then they interviewed you and they like asked you a lot of different stuff, which I know when we had Miss Limelight on here, she's like, yeah, I was doing drugs and I was things like this. And I was like, how did you get past like psychologist? And I'm like,
so I met most of the contestants for the first season. I think I met most of you cats for the second season, because while some of you were coming in to do your psych test, by ones really singly, contestants would come into my office. They would find out. I remember the Tyveculus guy from the first season, Jarrett. I don't remember if that's how you and I met, but I remember most of you coming into my office going, "Oh, you're the artist," and then the door would close and go, "Okay, so I got this idea for a comic book," and I'm just like, "Look, I gotta get done. I'm sorry." But I have heard that one of the cast members for season 2, I know for season 1, but that one for season 2 failed the psych test, and then, is that right?
That I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not sure we would know.
Yeah.
We had somebody on.
Would we be on the show?
I don't know.
Here's what I can tell you.
We had somebody on season 1 who was supposed to be cast. Some blonde woman who Scott came running in and said she's failed her psych test. Stop drawing that stuff. And the idea was like she was supposed to be like a homicidal maniac. And I had heard that someone on season 2 who was on the show failed their test, and that's why they got
feedback. Didn't you know something about this?
Yeah, feedback. Go.
All I know is that that's how I got on the show. Is that I was the alternate. They had one male. They had one male alternate and one female alternate, and
she failed.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know about that. I thought it was something else, and I won't. It doesn't matter what I thought it was, but or what the story was. But crazy. Yeah, so you talk about like sending in your video, your audition video, you know, and you don't hear about it, and you know, you're like, oh, you would have been perfect for season 1. We'll take you for season 2. I had sent in a video too, and never heard anything back. So it was only me going to the actual big publicity thing, which everyone had pretty much been chosen already.
Yeah.
So they already knew kind of who was gonna be on the show, and then when that happened, they needed an alternate, and it turns out that just that day. Nobody was. They had the people coming in from the Tonight Show, and they were trying to take photos of everyone with the cameras, and no one was listening to them. Like they talked to a couple heroes, and they'd stand up for 5 seconds, and they'd turn to another couple heroes, and then the people they had just talked to would turn around. And so I saw what was going on, and was like, okay, there are a lot of people here that are really flashy, and there are a lot of people here that have great costumes, but no one. I need an opportunity to be heroic, and so I just went, heroes. They need us to line up in a U shape right here, and so I kind of, and then people listened. They actually like moved.
Like, it's the suit.
and then they got in the U, and I said, okay, now everybody in front go to the back, and the people in the back come to the front so they can go around the second time. And Scott sat and told me later, he was up there and he said, we all looked down and we're like, who's that? Is he with us? And they're like, no. And he's like, okay, well, fine. We'll interview one more.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah. So I think this kind of like sums it up for me, because I didn't know that you're an alternate too. Is Chad's what? Yeah. Or Zachariah's also talk about meant to be, because that's crazy. Like I didn't know that either. But
and then Scott, they were editing the first season, and Scott called and he said, I sent Rick Tellis out to go get a shot of someone coming into the auditions because I realized we had nobody walking from outside into the studio. And so he ran out, and I had gone out to move my car because it was in like a 2-hour parking spot. And I realized when I got in there, I'm going to be here for a lot longer than 2 hours. There's like hundreds of people here. So I moved my car, and on the way back, I had my umbrella and it was starting to rain. And that was the shot. The first shot of the show is the only shot that they got of someone going into the auditions. And they didn't know it until they got to the editing bay and were editing. And they looked, let's go find some footage of a hero going in. And that was the only shot they had was of me. It was crazy. I know.
Hey, Jarrett, how did you get on the show? I don't think we've heard your story yet.
Basically, a buddy of mine, Matt, watched the first season, and he's a police officer with me, and he told me about it because I'm a comic nerd, and I would dress up for a lot of cops' kids' birthday parties. Whatever their favorite hero was, I would dress up for them. He said, you'd be perfect for this show, and I said, there's no way on God's green earth I'm going to wear spandex on national television. And he convinced
wear my underwear on the outside.
I know. It's funny because I actually wrote that in my contract that I had to wear spandex on national television. So
that's how I and I went down to San Antonio to audition.
Do you know what? I didn't set this up, but I happen to have that video of you. Here we go. Enjoy.
My name is Takedown. I'm the master of non-lethal combat and apprehension. My job is to assist law enforcement in all areas. Especially, I like to take down drug dealers, drug users. I like to get illegal guns off the street. That is what I'm here for. If you need my help, you call Takedown. I'll be there and I'll put them down. I do have superpowers. I'm glad you asked. My superpowers are based on the fact that everybody should give 110% all the time. We hear that all the time, 110%. I actually have the ability to give 110%, 110% of the time. I'm a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, better reflexes. Not much, but it's enough for me to take them down. I'm sure all of you are very interested in my uniform, my costume. My costume is a blend. Everybody stand back. One of my grenades fell. Do not panic. One moment, please. Just hang on, hang on. It's all safe now. Everybody just calm down. It's all right. It's all right. I took care of it. Basically, my costume is a mix of Kevlar, Nomex, and neoprene. It is bulletproof, fireproof, and waterproof because I don't like the rain. I've got a lot of gadgets on me. I see y'all looking at my gadgets. I've got glue grenades because I don't want anybody to get killed or hurt. I throw my glue grenade at them, boom, they're stuck in their tracks. I'll clean it up later. I've got my bolo. This can wrap around their legs, wrap around their head, knock them out. I'll take care of them. I can put them to sleep, but my favorite tool is my taser gloves. Everybody knows what a taser is? You know what a taser is? I grab you, and you're just going to do like that. Boom, you're out. I sack you up, I handcuff you, I wait for the police. Well, who and what I am in real life, my real name is Jarrett Crippen. I'm a police detective from Austin, Texas. I'm also an instructor. I teach police cadets, I teach other officers, and when I get a chance, I go out and take out some bad guys. Well, I want to be a superhero because from the time I was a little child, I read comic books. Comic books taught me a lot about what was right and what was wrong, and the good guy always wins. Takedown's here, and you're going down.
So I couldn't resist.
Dan, I hate you.
I know. But Takedown gets it because he can talk really loud. Was it a speaker, or was you like just screaming?
Well, what
into
it was
microphone?
is
there was just some feedback.
Mic broke. And so they told me, talk really loud because no one will hear you. And, I totally winged that, and my costume started falling apart because y'all know it was hot glued. Everything is hot glue, and it fell right then. I'm like, oh shit, I'm falling apart. So I just tried to work it into the story.
See, we got some people that love your taser gloves. People just love it. It's good. See, but I like my favorite is that you sound like the ShamWow guy because I
was very passionate about being Takedown.
Let me tell you one thing. If you buy one taser glove, you get the second one for free. I like that. All right. So, Matt, I'm going to take you out for 1 second. I'm going to bring Hygiena back in, but thank you. And stay tuned. We're going to be talking to you again. Welcome back, Hygiena. And
Hi.
I think it's time to actually start the episode. We've already been talking for a long time, and
talking for an hour.
Forever. I know,
That
right?
was some great conversation.
I know, I can't. And it's fun. And I just have to say this about the hot glue thing. My friend says this. Sometimes the best costumes fall apart when you wear them. Or sometimes they don't.
Do we still call those wardrobe malfunctions?
Yes.
We do. They're more like super suit malfunctions, but those are worse. Spandex. But I think it is time to watch the very first half of episode number 7. So everybody enjoy this, and we will be back after this little segment. So like 20 minutes or so. All right, everybody, enjoy.
Bye.
Previously on Who Wants to Be a Superhero, Stan Lee's final 4 continue to compete for immortality.
It boils down to the basics: honesty, integrity, courage.
First, the heroes teamed up with 4th graders.
All right, well, let's pick a group.
To crack a code.
So here's how I think it should work.
But Parthenon didn't let the kids participate.
What if I answer the question and we can all kind of discuss the answer?
Hyperstrike revealed his secret identity.
My last name is Stork.
And Hygiena took too much time.
All right, Hygiena, it's all you. Hygiena, do you need any help over there?
No, we're on the last question.
The cryptic clue led the heroes to a public park. And right into Dr. Doug's plan to have his creation, Evil Stan, embarrass the superheroes.
You're on, Stan. Hygiena, stop traffic. Dance.
Hope you all have.
Then Evil Stan trapped the heroes.
Oh, get out of here.
But not for long.
All right, here we go.
Yes.
I got it.
Later in elimination, Stan pulled forward. Parthenon.
During the code cracking, you didn't let those kids participate fully.
Hygiena.
I need you to step up your overall performance and leadership.
And Hyperstrike.
Superhero never reveals his or her secret identity.
Stan sent home.
Parthenon, turn in your costume.
It's down to the final 3. Who will become Stan Lee's next great superhero?
I just thought, well, this is it, and my heart was pounding.
Parthenon.
To hear Parthenon's name, it was a huge blow.
I have to admit, dude, I thought it was going to be you.
I thought it was going to be me.
I thought it was going to be you only because he harped on the name thing over and over and over again.
You should know by now a superhero never reveals his or her secret identity.
Tonight's elimination
boggled my mind. Thought I was going home for sure.
I gotta admit, I was shocked.
Be making it further than him.
We all gotta step it up.
I feel like I do a great job, but I just realized now I have to step it up even more, which is a crazy feeling when you feel like you've already been given it 100%.
This is just too much.
It's just getting more and more emotional.
I could hear it in your voice that you were preparing to say goodbye.
There's no more room for insecurities. It's time to push forward. And I think this is what Mr. Lee is going to have to see from me. So I do need to do something spectacular now.
It's like we have to regroup.
Defuser, can I borrow your balls?
My balls are your balls.
When I woke up this morning, there was only 3 of us left. Thank you. Can I have one more? The lair's totally more quiet now, and it's a nice, peaceful place, and I think we can really use that now that we're coming down to the wire.
Brilliant.
That's cool.
Superheroes. Meet me in the library.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This just in, exclusive home video of what appears to be a giant Stan Lee. The comic book legend on a rampage and destroying our fair city.
Evil Stan.
Yeah.
With little regard for life or property, this giant Stan's only concern seems to be destruction. Stay tuned for more exclusive coverage.
Giant evil Stan.
He might even be taller than you, Defuser.
Heroes, we must stop Dr. Dark's good-looking but monstrous creation, Evil Stan. He seems to be feeding off electricity from electrical towers and power plants. And only you can shut him down.
No problem.
I want you to meet me at the Destiny Ridge development for further instructions.
Okay, Destiny Ridge.
We'll be there.
This city's safety is in your hands. Let's move.
Okay, sir.
You got it.
Let's go here. We can do this.
Yes.
Dr. Duck's going down today.
Heroes, listen closely. This is the main electrical generator that's feeding Dr. Dark's Evil Stan. You need to short-circuit the power supply by creating a human chain between those 2 towers. This will send a surge through the power grid and destroy my dastardly clone. But there might be one small complication. You'll have to get past Dr. Dark's evil dogs.
Anybody have any Scooby snacks? Any doggy treats?
Definitely not neutered.
No.
One of them just right up against the side of the car. Almost knocked it over, I swear to God. This dog's head was 90% jaw muscle. It was just a jacked face for crushing you.
I was thinking, I don't want to get out of this car. This dog is crazy.
The less people there are, the greater the competition is. Everything counts. We have to be at our best.
One pant. I need to strike a better balance between the leadership and whether or not I'm actually overstepping my bounds. Sometimes I go too far one way, sometimes I go too far the other. I'm assuming we need to get down to the power.
Mr. Lee has said before, he needs to see more leadership from me. So I came up with a good plan.
The plan I had is I know I'm going down, so I think I should be the bait.
I was hoping that the dogs would come to me, and then the guys could kind of get the mission gone, and without the dogs on them.
I don't want you to get hurt.
I know. Let's go.
Thankfully, the real Stanley packed us with some protective gear, and off we went.
All right, let's go, let's go.
I was really scared when I first saw those dogs running at me.
Come on. Come on, Hygiena, come on.
I'm powerless, and it was incredibly scary.
Are you okay?
Yep, I'm okay.
But I didn't think she could take the pain, because once they bite, they do not like to let go.
Go on.
We have to use our bodies to bridge the connection between, these conductors. That's going to disrupt this power supply and take out giant evil stuff.
Unfortunately, we have to get through 2 guard dogs to do it.
Are you okay?
Yep, I'm okay. Go on. I'm just trying to concentrate on not freaking out. I'm thinking I can do this if I breathe.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. Go on.
Leaving Hygiena with the dog attached to her completely went against everything I try to fight for.
I had one arm around the truck, and the dog was just pulling. I was like, but sure enough, that dog decided to go after Defuser.
Let's go.
So I jumped in the truck and I searched it for anything that could help us, like a wire or a cable. There was nothing.
I can use some help.
Defuser made it all the way to the end. But then the third dog came out of nowhere.
Look out, Defuser!
Hang on!
I need all 3 of us!
It's hard to stay calm when you have the dog growling and pulling your suit. It's just a really scary, powerless feeling. Go, Hyper!
Here I come, Defuser! I keep it pinned. You gotta come up with something else. See if that wire... I already see one, man. Touch it to that pole, and then we can lay out and connect it.
Hyperstrike found a cable to connect one end of it to where we could use our bodies to complete the circuit and take out Giant Evil Stan.
You can do it!
Okay, that's what
The dogs pulled me back and broke the connection. We were trying to regain our position. The dogs pulled me down.
Come on, guys! I kind of teared up. It was incredibly scary. It made me lose hope for a moment.
You got it, Defuser.
I could hear Hyperstrike yelling. I could hear Hygiena yelling. And I just decided I really didn't want to let my team down.
Oh! Nice work, Defuser. Come on. Yes. Whoa!
That is not something I think I would want to do again.
How about that, huh?
These were some big dogs, and they didn't want to let go. For a while, I wasn't sure if it was going to be me or them.
It was an experience.
I can sum it up in 2 words. Dog tired.
Oh, Defuser.
Well done, heroes. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've saved the city. Now, back to the lair.
Yeah, let's go. My legs are tired.
Oh, I can barely make it up the stairs.
When we got back to the lair, everyone's a little worse for wear.
Yeah, I'm bruising up pretty good. Told you it hurt.
Oh my gosh. There looks like some tears there.
Yeah.
I would have to say I think Defuser did the best in this mission. When I saw him standing with 2 dogs attached to him, I was kind of blown away. It was just one of those kind of moments like, wow.
That was a very cool mission.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it.
We'll have bruises to be proud of, bite marks to cherish.
I think I worked pretty damn hard. I certainly know I gave it 110%, but at some point I really did feel like just a doggy chew toy.
It was really hard, Hygiena, to leave you laying there.
I know.
Yeah, was it
I
not?
heard you. Yeah,
I did not want to do that.
I know.
Unfortunately, I think I did the worst today. I wish that I could have pushed myself a little bit farther, but physically, sometimes there's just limits that you reach.
I'm a very wet, stinky, sweaty superhero right now.
Yeah.
I'm flat out exhausted.
Superheroes.
Yes, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Take your bruises, and I want you to meet me in the living room.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
See you there.
Superheroes, how are you feeling now?
Good, sir. Much better that we took down giant evil Stan. As handsome as he was, he needed to be taken down.
That was really scary and dirty.
You know, you're my final 3, and to thank you for your efforts today, I have something very special for you.
You do?
When we're told we were going to get a surprise, I really couldn't imagine what it was.
Superheroes, you're my final 3, and to thank you for your efforts today, I have something very special for you.
You do?
That's awesome.
Every superhero needs their own action figure.
Oh my gosh!
That's awesome, huh?
My fishnet,
And your little duster.
it's a little big.
Oh, check it. It's got the wristbands too.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You play with action figures all the time when you're a kid, and now you are one. That's amazing.
Oh, look, he's got my earpiece. He's got my earpiece.
This is just a hint of what's to come. Remember, the winner of this competition will have his or her own limited edition action figure.
Who'd have think we'd have like an action figure? That is
right?
cool.
You can record your catchphrases, and the action figures will repeat them back to you.
Oh, cool.
Wow, very nice.
In the meantime, you'd better get some rest.
Thank you.
Good night, all.
Good night, sir.
Good night.
This is really cool. I'm sorry. This is just freaking awesome. And I'm going to cherish this for the rest of my life. My son is going to flip out.
When the diffuser's around, bad guys are going down.
It works so well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just love hearing that.
The costume, all the accessories, it's dead on. I couldn't be more happy. And the voice.
After the mission today, this is a great reward, and we all feel really lucky to be the final 3 and to get this wonderful gift from Mr. Lee.
3 Musketeers.
That's
We got something to show for it, you know?
We have a lot more than action figures to show for
I
it.
have some bruises,
I got a couple.
some scratches.
But you know what? I got the best thing to show for it? Some friends.
It's true, it's true.
We are.
I don't necessarily make friends very quickly, but I think, as weird as it is, I've made some very good friends here. But only one of us can win. But all of us can leave with friendships, and that is really bringing us closer together.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, heroes.
I love yours.
Now, wait a minute. I got one concern.
What's that?
Your action figure is as tall as my action figure. That's just not right.
Superheroes, we have another mission.
All right.
I want you to meet me at 611 Main Street for further instructions.
Yes, sir.
True believers, there is a very delicate situation inside this building. Remember, Dr. Dark is still at large, so proceed with caution.
We will. Thank you, Stan.
Trapdoor above you.
Stan bugged us out real good. He's like, you're walking into a real sticky situation. And remember, Dr. Dark is still on the loose. We were all like ready for action.
Hello, superheroes.
Ominous purple light and a voice in the darkness. You know it's time for a commercial break. Or we get to see one of Matt's fabulous drawings. That's how you know it's time for a break as well. Well, I'm going to bring on some superheroes again. Let's go ahead and bring on Defuser and Hygiena. We're going to call you like the dog people. Both of you are muted, so make sure you unmute yourself. Ding! Perfect. I like it. Nope. Hygiena, you're still muted.
Yeah.
There you go. So, dogs.
Dogs.
I just have to say, dogs.
Dogs.
Can I tell you, I was so looking forward to this challenge, and I was mad that I was not there for this. And I was like, But how was it? What did you guys think?
Hygiena, you go ahead.
That was a bad day. Okay, we're filming it.
That was a bad day.
Yeah, no, it was a bad day. We were filming it. It was a show. We met the handlers. We got in the suits. We had our training. But I had not seen Jarrett flip out mad like that behind the scenes ever. And I know that he got mad and he vocal, but they separated us and he was yelling at them. It just was bad. It was, and even the crew.
So
it didn't work for me. And I told them I have
everybody's a little bit out of
and I got down, right? So we all knew, like, I'm not going to make it with these dogs, right? So I tried my best and I got in the suit and I got out there and the dogs took me down. And Jarrett was like, I'm not going to just leave her. And they were telling him, they're giving him directions. You have to go do this. You have to go that. And even the crew, like one of the girls was like crying. She's like, it's like watching your mom get taken down by a dog. It was bad. And I was crying. I was having a panic attack inside there. And I was like, I want to leave the show. This is it. I'm gonna leave the show now. Like I just asked them. I was like, can I go home? And they were trying to calm us all down. They were trying to just finish this whatever mission we were supposed to be doing. But it got really, really real for me, and it stopped being any kind of fun.
That's a little bit painful. But Marnie actually asked, how was it being taken down by the dogs? But then you guys a little bit talked about it. But Michael also wants to know, it seemed unsafe. And did you guys have any kind of training beforehand or anything?
Okay, so this is what really pissed me off so bad that day is I've worked with canine units before, and I've worked with dogs, and I know what things are supposed to happen. There were 3 dogs. There was a white pit bull that you never see because these guys, do you remember that, Hygiena, the white one? I kept telling them, they put us in these suits and they gave us like a 5-minute training thing. And I said, no, this is not enough. You need to explain what each dog is going to do.
Yeah.
And I said, this whole scenario is not safe. And they're like, well, we know better than you. And I'm like, guys, I do this shit.
Yeah.
You're like, I know how this works.
And they kept arguing with me. So they started right off the bat. The white pit bull attacked a camera guy and just ripped his leg to shreds.
Okay, so weirdly, somebody actually asked this in the group. Wait a minute, I'm trying to scroll back through the comments, but there's a lot. But anyway, Chad wanted to know if here you go. Did the dogs attack the camera crew as well?
Yes.
So literally somebody wanted to know that.
And I was telling them, look, these dogs, however they're trained, are going to see too many targets. Okay, so we're in these suits. It's hot. That shot took all day. The dogs could only work for 15 minutes and then got a 15-minute break in the air conditioning. We did not. Hygiena was getting dehydrated and was getting faint and claustrophobic, and it was that we kept saying we need to at least take our helmets off. And finally, I think Hyperstrike and I rigged a way to get all of our helmets off, and they kept yelling at us because we were talking to each other. And I was telling them to F off, and they wanted my helmet back on. They could come try to put it back on.
Yeah. It got really real. Yeah.
It was, I was having some serious words, and then they finally got us some water. Go ahead.
No, I just thought like this is it. This is the end of the show. Like the way that we all, it was no longer even like
it wasn't fun.
Like we
it was
all
not
were
fun.
Yeah, and I just thought they're not going to be able to get the show back out of this. Like I really did. I thought this was it, and I felt bad in a way that was like I didn't know this was going to be like this, and I didn't know how upset.
They were filming short sections of it.
Basura posts this comment. Ready? Basura says, "Oh shit! I never knew it was that scary."
So we got them to give us breaks and to get us water.
Yeah.
And they kept shooting that entire sequence you see that takes 30 seconds. We filmed that over like a 5-hour period, like 15 yards at a time.
Yeah.
And eventually they kept reattaching the dog to Hygiena.
Yeah.
And I kept trying to go get the dog off. Because I easily could have reached down and picked up the damn dog.
Yeah, you did. You did get it off once.
Right.
You did. And the handler said, don't touch the dog. Don't touch the dog.
Other people are actually asking that same question. They're like, was it planned for Hygiena to go down or Defuser not to go back forward?
Was when we worked at it, Hygiena was going to sacrifice herself to attract the dogs. But it just, then they lost the third dog. They lost the white one. So then it didn't look right.
Right.
And Hyperstrike and I could have run down and solved the puzzle in like 5 seconds, which we did. And they kept calling us back to start over.
Right.
And finally, I was like, no, we're done.
Yeah.
We're done. And I went over and I got the dog off of Hygiena. And I was like, I was like, get her out of this effing suit.
Yeah.
And we're done. And so they did some quick camera angle switches. Because that second dog that attacks me is actually the dog that was on Hygiena. If you go back and look at it, it's the same dog. Because they had to call in a special guy and do an investigation because of the white pit bull.
Yeah.
So they almost shut us down entirely. And then the last part of it actually did happen like that. Hyperstrike hopped in the thing, looking for the thing. I drug both dogs down there. But I was exhausted.
I was impressed by that because I'm just like, I know
yeah.
how strong you are, and I'm just like, damn, that's still got to be a thing. And I was like,
Yeah, it was hot and tired.
I
and
can't even. Yeah.
when I fell, they made me lay there. They took the dogs off of me to give them a break.
The dogs a break.
They told me I had to lay there
You
in
had to
the
lay in there. Yeah.
because they didn't want to mess up the shot.
Yeah. They wanted it to come back to the shot.
continuity is that important.
Oh, dude, I was.
Yeah, it was not a good day.
Yeah. So Dylan wants to know, did the suit prevent any of the pain, or was it just puncture marks? Because I saw some of the marks that you guys had, and I saw Hyperstrike had a couple under his band. Like
So these were very cheap dog suits. They were basically, think of a really thick leather jacket with like some padding and some foam, but they weren't true bite suits because I've worn bite suits, which have kind of a rigid plastic that's like fabric, ridge plastic, and then fabric. So you don't really feel the puncture. You might sometimes feel the crushing. These had none of that. So you felt the pinching.
Yeah.
They weren't really going to puncture your muscle tissue, but the crushing power and the pinching, it effing hurt. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. I thought, oh, I'm in a suit. You know, I have never worn one, and I just thought, okay, but I was,
So I didn't
expect it.
I want to bring in one more hero because that has actually dealt with the dog challenge. Hey, feedback. This was on your season 2, right?
Well, okay. Season 2 had a lot of team challenges, and then we only had challenges where we were solo. And so, like what the diffuser said, the dogs only had one target for us, and it was 2 dogs. And I was just going to write in the comments here that I wish that's the experience you all could have had, because it was run so well in the first season. And there were their own challenges, but it felt more like it was a willpower test. More than a physical, more than a physical. It had some physical elements to it, but I think we had thicker suits.
Tolerate?
So just one little side comment. People in the comments are making fun because they want to know if I would have dealt with it and was I glad to go home? And the answer is no. Because I was actually excited for it because I watched season 1 and I was ready for it. And I messaged you guys you
knew the commands.
I did. And so it's funny. And I actually found the sheet. So this is my sheet that I actually printed up and had in the lair. And it had all the dog commands. And I was convinced that I was going to be like, no, and speak in German to the dog. And they're going to be like, oh, okay. And just walk away. But, they would have never let me do that. They would have just been like, Dan, no.
We saw season 1 too. We saw season 1, Jarrett and I, and we knew, and that's why we elected to, okay, we're going to play along with this. We saw what happened in season 1. That really wasn't and I really asked to go home.
Yeah.
Because I had a full-blown panic attack in there. And so that was like, nope, this is not worth it anymore. And
they were ignoring her like
it
was just, a thing. And Hyperstrike and I were like, F off. Y'all need to get her out of that damn suit right now.
Mm-hmm. It got bad. It got really, it was the worst, I think, the hardest, and not like, oh, the challenge. It was just so hard to see it go that way. You know what I mean? Like this was like supposed to be our challenge to, and they would, just like every other episode that we've been on, and we would figure a way out of it. And it just got so sad. And then they wouldn't let us talk to each other, and I'm crying, and Diffuser's like yelling at the producer, like, F you, I'm going to talk to her. She's crying. And they wouldn't let anybody console me or like put their arm around me. And so it got really weird. Like, it was like, that's when we kind of felt like the 3 of us against, and we hadn't felt that way. We felt like
a couple times because we were always against, because there was a couple moments in the lair we're just like, no. As a group, we're saying a no. And this feels like one of those times for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was the most intense of that. Like, it wasn't, it was like, it felt like in danger. Like, we felt in danger, and all the other stuff. We knew we were filming a show, and we know, whatever we felt about it, we could talk to the producers offside, and not to ruin anybody's enjoyment of watching the show, but that's our truth of what happened on the show.
Yeah.
There's actually
Go ahead.
That brings a heightened heroism to it, though. Is that without that story, you think, oh, it's kind of like all the other challenges where it went the way they all went, but you really had to dig deep in order to.
Yeah, I mean, when we were telling them it wasn't safe and they were ignoring us, and then that dog attacked the camera guy,
right?
And chewed him up. We were like,
that right there would have been like, this crosses the line between fantasy and reality. When like the camera people get attacked, you're like, and I'm done. Right.
But we got through it.
Got through it.
Does anybody know Hyperstrike's feelings on it? Does he feel the same way?
He was right there with Jarrett. No,
Yeah,
he was right there with Jarrett. He was like, that's it. Like, nope, you're not going to leave her in this. You're not going to. He was right there. They just kind of lost it. Like,
without even discussing it, the three of us decided if they nixed her, they nixed us.
Right.
Yeah.
And if we all had to walk off the set, then we all three were going to walk off the set, and they could figure it out.
Yeah.
You could tell that this was the case because, like, later when they show you guys in the lair with Hygiena eating chips, it was honestly, it came across as hilarious, but in a funny way because you're just like, I am bitter and I am eating chips. And let's talk about this
I think I just was having like a bit of post-traumatic. I was just
that was
there,
actually close to 2 hours after we got back.
Yeah,
when we first got back, we were packing our shit.
Yeah,
I mean, we were done.
Yeah.
People want to know if there was an injury waiver for that episode, but we just had one for the whole series, right?
Yeah, we just
like we signed it. We're like, we can die and we'll be fine with this. We're like, what? I know.
Yeah, that they like on every show that you go on, you have to sign a lot of paperwork, and they would Mark is an attorney, so he broke it all down to me, and he was like, pretty much, Melody, you're just signing everything away. I just want you to know that right now.
One
I
of
was
the
like,
lines in the contract literally says, "We will intentionally misrepresent you, your deeds, your actions, and your intents."
Yeah. So you
and
had
we're like,
to,
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you had to. I mean, there's suspension of disbelief, right?
Yeah.
And then there's like, okay, we know that they're making a show, and it's the same with anything that you go on. It's it just so happens that we had look at that a little bit more physicality. And hello.
It's my sidekick. This is Jeremiah and Mommy Sarah.
Hi.
My grandson.
So
I'm
cute.
his default.
I know.
Grandpa's an awesome superhero.
It's true. It's good. Well, let's switch subjects for a little bit. I'm going to bring Matt back on for a minute because I don't want to lose the comment, and it's way up there, so I had to go back for it. So, Matt, I'm bringing back on. That was your warning, right? It was like you're still muted, by the way. So, I know. You actually have a fan, and feedback is for you, too, because this whole family is part of your tech support fans. Yeah. So you're like the diehard fan.
Oh, well, that's right. Feedback tech support.
Right.
I remember those guys and girls.
And they got to meet you too, right? But this is the kind of comment that I thought was kind of cute because the 9-year-old daughter won the trivia contest and won an original drawing by Matt where you drew a superhero named Optical.
That's right.
Optical.
In fact, I think I still have a scan of that. If I can find it, I'll post it.
Victoria.
Matthew, didn't you and I do a couple of cons together? I feel like we did Arizona. Did we do Phoenix?
Yeah, we met at a con, really. And then,
and then we did in Ohio.
Uh-huh.
But I feel like we did a few of them. I can't remember.
Yeah, don't ask me. Every time I use my superpowers, I lose a memory. So you can't ask me questions.
I think at Emerald City.
That's right, Emerald City. So while I've got everybody, I have all of season 1 right here, and I may have the sizzle. I'm going to look because I have a couple of different versions. I'm not sure what this is. So if we decide to do season 1, Dan, I can hook you up.
I mean, you could probably twist my arm, even with my armor guard on it, but I'll be fine.
Because it'd be fun to go back to the beginning,
Right, I think so too. It's fun. We just got to talk the season 1 cast into it. I'm sure we could talk a couple of.
Yeah, Matt, you got to get on that.
Well, in fact, I don't know any of them. I mean, Matthew's the only one that I'm in regular touch with. So it's funny.
We have a web of contacts.
That's right. I think I met, and for some reason, Melody, I keep thinking you were in season 1, and I don't know why. But I remember when I met most of you, although I don't know that I was introduced. Do you guys remember the photo session for season 2?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
we were talking about
We
that.
talked
Yeah.
about that. Yep.
So I had already gone to Nash and begged for my job. So, okay, I'm back. And then some runner came to me and said, hey, they're doing the photo session. This way you can take photos of the costumes. And I want to say that a couple of you were in wire rigs.
Yeah, I was in a rig.
You were in a rig. You were in a rig. Okay.
We were flying in the skies.
All right. So then Stan is there, and they're supposed to do the picture of him standing on the cab. But Stan was already, 80 some odd years old and kind of a delicate gentleman. And Scott says, hey, go help the PAs because you got to push him up onto the cab. And I swear there were four of us trying to wrestle him up, and we were all afraid we were going to hear his hip snap, and that was going to be it.
Oh.
But it was cool. I wish I'd taken some photos. I didn't have a camera on me at the time, but it was a beautiful fake alley set. You all have this awesome costumes. The guy who was the bald kid with the armor?
Mindset.
Yeah.
So we actually showed this last week, but I had to have my partner grab it for me. But this is the actual the comic book that contains all those pictures that you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah. So here is the picture of Stan on that cab.
There he is. There he is.
And we talked about the rest of it, and we showed kind of like the images and stuff like that. But yeah, this was kind of like my favorite one from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
But speaking of this, and I'm glad this came back up. So I actually put this DVD in the computer and watched it, and there is something hilarious in this that I think we have to show.
Okay.
And, right. Have you guys ever seen it?
Yes.
Yes. So it is the intro by Dr. Dark, our horrible nemesis, and here you go. Enjoy it.
How do you work these things? This'll never make it to air, right? Got a reputation, you know.
Hello, members of the press. It's me, Dr. Dark, Stan Lee's arch rival. The show you are about to see is for review purposes only, and contains temporary voiceovers and graphics. Of course, please keep its outcome confidential.
Oh, I need a lozenge.
Finally, when reviewing, remember, it's Dr. Dark with one A.
Hey, can I get my crazy straw? This is ridiculous.
Like I watched it, I was like, I can't believe I forgot this, and it's hilarious. And I feel like Dr. Dark and I would be friends outside of it because, like, I'm all about crazy straws.
Have y'all ever heard who was supposed to be at the reveal? Who was supposed to be Dr. Dark?
No.
Christopher Walken.
Oh my God! What happened?
So when they did the big reveal,
right
at the very end, when he's unmasked, it was going to be Christopher Walken, and he had like one or two lines of dialogue.
So weird.
I told you that.
Right?
It's so abstract.
Right.
But they couldn't get him there on the day that we were filming, and it just never worked out.
Oh my God!
Oh yeah.
See, that's actually somebody wanted to know: did Stan Lee voice Dr. Dark?
No.
I was like, what? I was like, no, but it'd be fun. All right, Matt, is it okay if I take you off and bring the other heroes on for a minute?
Sure.
Perfect. I'll see you in a minute. And bring back Basura and Braid. Dun dun dun. What are you eating? Oh, those are pastels.
The pupusas.
Oh, pupusas. Of course. So, speaking of crazy things with Dr. Dark, I was going through my notes, right? Because, you know, I don't have any notes. I know I took notes every day, and I don't have any more.
Every day he was in the layer. Yeah.
I know. But did you guys remember your evil plan theories? Yep. Dr. Dark's evil plan theories. So this is before we knew exactly what was going on, right? Because we had theories of what was happening, right? So everybody kind of had like their own weird shtick, right? So, Hygina, do you remember yours?
No, it's 13 years ago.
I know. Here we go. Ready? Yours was you were convinced that you were going to go back in time to prevent us from ever.
Kind of chocolate that hardens.
Who's talking?
Sorry.
Okay, very good. I thought it was one of us, so I was like, what have we done? No, you're fine. But Hygina thought they were going to go back in time to prevent us from ever arriving at the lair, and without heroes, there's no one to stop his evil plans.
Ooh, that's good.
Right?
That's good. Yeah.
Snap thought No sun, no life, no future. Dr. Dark needed electric diverted for what? Right? I know. Hyperstrike thought they stole the sentimental object or a loved one because it's immeasurable in pricelessness. You know what, Defuser? Yours is not on here. That's the weird thing. I have clues.
Because mine fit exactly what happened, so that's why you didn't have to write it down.
That's not right. Mine was either they were going to go back in time to steal Stan Lee's pencil so he could never write comic books, so there would be no Stan Lee.
I do remember you saying that. Yes.
Right. It's true, but whatever. Those are all good ideas, but none of them are better than Evil Stan. Evil Giant Stan. Yeah, that's fact. So I kind of want to talk about the action figures you guys have.
Yeah.
You want to talk a little bit about them?
I tried to find mine, but because of this COVID-19, I moved everything into my office around so Ella could have a place to do her art. So it's way back in the back of the thing, and I couldn't pull it down. But we were genuinely surprised and delighted to get those, and especially after that kind of a day. I thought, yeah, right, okay, good. Yeah.
After the
Something better come our way.
Of the comic book covers, getting the action figure, I mean, my reaction was truly genuine. I mean, I was
giddy.
Giddy is cool. Is Christmas morning open presents.
But you can actually tell that though, because you're like, I know you, and I'm just like, you could not have been more happy.
We were playing with them for a long time.
We were.
And James asked this, by the way. He said, I wonder if a Parthenon figure was ever made. What is this? Oh, yeah. Lucky look, right? Ting! They did make one.
Yep.
Right? It's
So
little.
cute.
I know. And it has a little action chip as well, and they were made by a company called Hero Builders.
Builders. Yeah.
And what they did is they took pictures of our face, like in the lair, and I never knew why, and they never explained it. But then, like probably 2 weeks after the show started airing, I got a message from Steven Solomon, which is one of the line producers, and he's like, "Hey, I found this in my office, and I thought you would want it." And I was like,
"Oh, so cute."
Yeah, I want it. I know. And I was like, "What?"
I met that company at San Diego Comic-Con.
Really?
Yes, they had a booth and everything. So I went over and I think I might have talked to them. I don't think I had Little Hygiena, that's what I call her, with me.
Right.
But I talked to them about, I was on the show and that's awesome.
Yeah.
And
so some of you know this, but some of you don't. But okay, so Braid, when we were talking about the action figures back in the behind the scenes, she's like, I wish I had an action figure. And you don't know this, but you do have an action figure.
Oh gosh, hold him up.
Yeah. And what's funny is this one's actually yours, and I just never sent it to you yet.
That was made many years ago. I remember.
I know.
I remember
Because
that.
This is mine, so I always had a set. You know what I mean? But this one's yours, and this one's mine. So I like
But
it.
I gotta come visit you just to get it.
Right? This is actually how they got them, though, because literally, I made action figures of everyone.
Yes.
Well, I had them made. Right?
I love
And-
mine so much. It was the coolest
Yes.
thing.
right? Everybody got one. Tank Defuser with his little cute little earpiece and thing and yeah, right? I know some people don't even have these yet because the only people that have heroes that I've seen in like person have got theirs. But like I have whip snaps. I even have this is how much I cared about this. I even made a mitzvah with an intergalactic magic mystery panel. Wait a minute. A hyper strike. He's cute. Like, let's go. It's one of my hyper strikes, right? And then I got like a little limelight.
so Mark never
Right.
got an action of himself, but he did get a signed action figure of Stan Lee with his signature on it.
Nice.
So I wanted you to share that with you because he's
I like that.
geeked out about that ever since the show.
These were all made by so somebody helped me make my original suit, and her name was Heidi, and her sister actually made felt
Yes.
dolls. And
Yes.
so I was like, "Hey, would you ever make a me?" And she's like, "Yeah, I would." And it turned out so cute that I'm like,
was
"Hey,
very talented, very
I
talented.
need 2 sets of every single hero because I want to give everybody their stuffs." And I was like, "Yeah." And wait, Dan's voodoo dolls is correct. Right? So, Blake, you will be getting your own action figure. It's cute. It smells like rice. It's adorbs, and it will be coming to you in the mail So
Smells like rice.
you
Oh,
too.
that's what it is,
That's what they're. It smells like rice. It's because that's what it's filled with. But I'm like, yeah, it's crazy, and including the weed diffuser. It's fun, right? And then the funny thing is that some heroes actually have had theirs for a while. So here is a picture of Basura. Woo!
Ooh, is that Vincent Price?
Vincent Price.
Vincent Price.
Of course.
I like it.
So it's practical too, because in the pandemic, you couldn't find dried rice, so you had a little food source there.
You can just cut those right open and take them all. I know. So I actually have another weird thing that I was given at a convention, and they're like, Parthenon, I need you to do something for me. And I was like, sure. And this was like 10 years ago, so ready? They're like, I have something for mindset, and can you give it to him? And I'm like, sure, the next time I see him, I'll give it to him. And so they gave this to me, and it's in my closet because I have not seen mindset, and I couldn't find him for this. So if anybody is watching and knows where mindset is and can find him, please let me know, because a fan of his made him a custom action figure that is crazy, ridiculously detailed, and amazeballs.
That is amazing. That's an amazing one.
And it's even got the eyebrow, and I'm like, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's just like, and it's been sitting in my closet because I don't know where he is. So if anybody can find him, tell him he has a custom action figure himself, made by a fan, and eventually,
Is it made out of Sculpey or something?
it is a Lex Luthor action figure, shaved head, and then it is customized actually to his. But I don't-
That's really nice.
Yeah, I was just like, what? I know, but I was kind of like, But the funny thing is, I actually had one, like a student of mine when I was at the college sculpted a Parthenon of me, and it was super cool. And then she's like, yeah, I love it. And then she didn't give it to me. And I was like, no! She kept it. And I'm like, just shenanigans. And I'm just like, it's fine, but whatever. But so everybody does have an action figure, one way or another. Some just smell like rice. It's nice. So, Seabraid, now you have an action figure and a fan sketch. So you're all set. Let's show it again. Ta-da! You're official. Yeah, and also, I know, I have to find something, but you guys can talk amongst yourselves about the action figures. Did you guys like the sound effects that they did and everything?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. So some of
Mine
you have...
doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, mine doesn't either. Yeah.
Sound effects? Wait,
Is it just the battery that ran out, or?
I assume so, but I didn't want to take it apart to figure it out because I tend to break stuff.
I did take mine apart because I wanted to learn how to do it. You have to literally unstitch the clothes, and it's a pain in the butt. Yeah, but it is a battery inside of there, and it's like a little recordy thing and stuff like that. So I don't think most of you actually have these, but I'm going to have to send these to you guys too. But these are our official superhero ID cards.
I have mine.
I have mine.
You gave me. You gave me mine.
Right.
Yeah,
so we all have
my
cool. Yeah, and Hygiena has her T-shirt. Wait, I'm going to zoom in for you. We'll show your boobs off. Show your boobs. There you go.
Dan made that logo.
Yeah, well, when we did so after the show and before it actually aired, I wanted to place like a homepage, like a web page for us, because this was way before Facebook and it was way before everything. So I actually created a whole entire website that was flash and interactive.
Amazing.
And I drew all of you guys. So I drew all of our superhero costumes, and I drew everybody logos that didn't have one. And so I made Hygiena's, and Basura's was cute. It was like half a bug. Braid was cute because her bee had her dreadlocks in it, and she looked fabulous. And it was very fun. But then I made these because my school actually had a printer, and I'm like, well, if I have access to it, I'm just gonna print
I love that.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yeah,
I still have hand sanitizer that you gave me.
Yes, I just dug some of that because we were sweating it about hand sanitizer. So Mark was like, I think you still got some Hygiena hand sanitizer.
You are the superhero of the pandemic.
You are.
Yeah,
You could really do some good.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man.
Yeah. See, some people have noticed for a while, by the way, because Nathan remembers our MySpace pages.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's also because Nathan's old. So
nice,
always good to make fun of the fans. I like it. So it makes it fun. Well, I think what we're going to do is we're going to watch the second half of episode 7. We're going to come back, and then I know Feedback and I are going to have a little chat about some Skiffy Town people and maybe some Who Wants to Be a Superhero online episodes. So it'll be cool.
Oh, yeah.
I know. We're going to talk about that too. So it'll be fun. It'll be fabulous, but it'll be after the next segment. All right. Okay. So for now, enjoy episode 7, part number 2, and we'll be back afterwards. Enjoy, everybody.
Bye.
We're like, what is in this little building? It was so ominous, and we were all like ready for action.
Hello, superheroes.
My name's Kennedy. Welcome to the set of Reality Remix. Come on in. You must be Hygiena.
I'm Hyperstrike.
Hi, how's it going? You're
Good.
gorgeous. You look like a figure skater. Blaze of glory.
Really?
Defuser.
Of course you are. Great to see you. I'm Kennedy. Have a seat.
Superheroes, welcome to Reality Remix, hosted by the very lovely Kennedy. I brought you here because superheroes need to know how to deal with the media, and that's what you're going to do today. So remember to behave like superheroes.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you, sir.
Stan.
Again, welcome, guys. I'm going to be interviewing you one by one. I'm going to show you around a little bit. You guys will get some hair and makeup. Nice.
Sure.
All right, let's have a look. Come on. What's your real name?
I can't tell you that. Are you kidding me?
No.
You gotta keep your secret identity if you're a superhero. She kept trying to get me to give up my secret identity, and what happened to me last week. My last name in real life is Stork, just like the bird. I was not gonna make that mistake again.
Where did you audition?
San Antonio, Texas.
Oh, that's cool. Is that where you're from?
I'm a cop in Austin, Texas.
Are you really? My brother's a cop.
I'm a detective.
Oh, nice work.
I tend to just ramble on sometimes. But I think I did fairly well in trying to stay friendly and polite without giving away too much. Yeah, 15 years almost 15 years.
Holy cow. This is Lisa. Lisa is our hair and makeup artist.
How are you?
I'll be out here getting ready for you guys for our one-on-one interviews.
I did get some makeup done by a professional makeup artist, which was, a lot of fun.
Do you live in town?
I do.
Really?
Sherman Oaks.
Oh, really? Do you have kids?
No.
No.
I miss my girl talk a lot.
What do you work or no? You don't bother?
No, I work from home. My husband is an attorney, so I do a lot of his billing and hours and.
Right.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Absolutely. Where are you from?
Sherman Oaks.
Oh, nice.
Talk show hosts are always trying to get information from their guests. That's just the nature of her position. I think I did pretty good. I don't think I gave any information out.
Where do you live in Sherman Oaks? Right by the. I go there a lot. Maybe I'll steal marmalade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a 15-year-old son and other.
Oh, really?
It's like, it's just gonna bug you that your dad's running around in spandex,
Yeah.
and your friend's gonna laugh at you. He's like, Dad, we all know you're like the biggest comic geek.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back to Reality Remix. We have something so exciting today. I'm here with Hygiena from SyFy's Who Wants to Be a Superhero? Now, how important is fabric softener in the war on crime?
Well, I think you want to look presentable and you want to smell clean when you go out there to fight crime.
When the diffuser's around, bad guys are going down.
Goes down.
Cut you.
It was pretty interesting being in a real TV studio and getting interviewed on like a talk show kind of thing. That was pretty neat.
He looks kind of like me. I just wish I had his gun.
You based in LA?
No. I live in Chicago right now. But I grew up in Vermont.
I've never traveled before. I haven't flown.
Never flown? How did you get to Los Angeles?
Oh, I flew.
Deja vu.
Did you? That means you're in the right place.
Does
Means you're doing the right thing.
psyched, because I would love to be on TV.
Can you do a handstand on the couch?
Sure.
Look at that. Strong arms. Strong arms. Look at that tush. I know I'm not supposed to, but he's super. I can't help it.
I am Hyperstrike!
Swap hands.
Hyper!
I'm glad there was no dogs.
No dogs. Although I still think they were trying to get us to reveal either our identity or the identity of another hero.
Yep.
Yeah.
We weren't gonna fall for that.
I don't remember saying anything incriminating.
Yeah. You never know what was.
You never know. I tried not to relax too much, but you get me talking and I'm just blah, 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 blah.
Maybe something slipped out that I didn't intend to. I really don't know. I have a 15-year-old son, and I'm like,
Oh, really?
he's like, Dad, we all know you're like the biggest comic geek. Maybe I did give away too much. I am not probably as guarded with once my mouth starts moving as I should be.
So a little hero pizza going on here.
Yeah.
I think we deserve a snack.
I agree. I'm starving.
This is going to be the hardest elimination because we really had to group together. We have to count on each other, so you get even closer.
Hello, superheroes. It's time for mission reports. You're almost to the end. So for this week's mission report, I'd like you to discuss amongst yourselves and reflect with honesty on your performances.
Yes, sir.
See you later.
I'm a little concerned as far as yesterday's challenge
with the dogs.
How would you classify your performance?
I feel good about what I did.
How about you?
I feel I did the best that I could do.
I agree with that completely.
I had to say I would pick Hajino to go home. His last mission didn't lend itself to her abilities. I mean, the suit alone pretty much weighed as much as she did, let alone this attack dog. So, yeah, I knew it was a real rough one for her.
It was extremely difficult. It was a difficult thing all around, I think.
I feel that I might go home because Mr. Lee had asked me to take more leadership, and while I did come up with the plan to be bait for the dogs, I don't know if that was necessarily enough for him.
I'm nervous. I think I have a chance of going home tonight. I think Defuser is the safest.
If I went home tonight, I think it would be just because Stan doesn't see that I have the passion, the character, the leadership, everything he's looking for. It's just a matter of whether I've done a good enough job of showing that to him.
I feel like Judgment Day.
It is.
Yeah. Oh.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with each other. Superheroes, meet me on the roof. It's time for another elimination.
We'll see you there, Stan.
I gotta be honest, the first day, my best case scenario was me and Defuser in the finale, the last two, and that's still the case. I would love to see me and him going toe-to-toe in the end.
I can't really say I'm going to be in the final two because every time I thought, oh, I feel pretty safe tonight, Stan Lee has some comment or criticism about how I performed. And each time it's been in an aspect of the mission that I totally was not looking at.
I'm an underdog, but I'm here to fight, and it's taken me a while to feel that strength, but I finally feel it. Tonight with the elimination, I'm going to defend myself.
Here we are again, superheroes.
Yes, sir.
You are my final three competitors.
We aim to please.
Doing our best.
As you know, the heroes who survive tonight move on to the finals. But even before that, you three have already begun to forge your legends. You went up against vicious guard dogs, and in so doing, destroyed evil Stan. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
You got another taste of being a superhero in dealing with the media. Did you enjoy that?
I got to admit, I enjoyed myself.
I did too, sir.
Did you reveal any secrets?
I don't think I let anything slip.
Exactly.
I want you to know that that was another secret test. I can now tell you I was watching you every second at Reality Remix, even in the makeup room and on the set, when you thought the cameras were off.
I was really shocked because, I was kind of talking girl talk with her, and I think what it taught me now is that I really didn't know her, and I need to be more careful.
Got a little quiet out there, I see. Hyperstrike.
Yes, sir.
Please step forward. Defuser, please step forward.
Sir.
Hygiena, please step forward.
Yes, sir.
Hyperstrike. Against Dr. Dark's dog, you performed nobly. Your agility and bravery made you indispensable in completing this mission.
Go, Hyper!
Here I come, Defuser!
Great job.
Thank you so much, sir.
On the other hand, you again revealed information about your private life, this time in the makeup room.
I live in Chicago right now, but I grew up in Vermont.
The Defuser.
Yes, sir.
What can I say? When you were shutting down the energy flow to Evil Stan, 2 attack dogs biting you, hanging on you most of the time.
Nice work, Defuser.
You gave it your all in that mission.
110%, sir.
On the other hand, with Kennedy, you also revealed too much.
Is that where you're from?
I'm a cop in Austin, Texas. Yeah, 15 years almost 15 years.
Holy cow.
You got me on that one, Mr. Lee. I was loose-lipped.
You told her your profession and your hometown.
Yes, sir, I did.
Another thing that's on my mind. Talk to me about leaving Hygiena on the ground with the dogs.
Are you okay?
Yep, I'm okay. Go on. I told you to leave me.
That was probably the hardest thing, to leave a fallen comrade. And with her courage, she told me to leave her, somehow find a solution to the mission.
I'll take that under consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Hygiena,
Yes, sir.
you confronted your fears, and you formulated a strategy which allowed the dog to attack you.
Yes, we did, sir, because I knew, unfortunately, I was going to go down first. But it was terrifying. I know I'm going down, so I think I should be the bait.
I thought that was a noble act.
Thank you, sir.
On the other hand, in the makeup room, you too let your guard down.
Do you live in town?
I do. Sherman Oak?
Oh, really? You have kids?
No.
No.
No. My husband is an attorney, so I do a lot of his billing and hours and...
Right.
We learned a lot about you right there.
Yes, sir.
And with Kennedy, you told her your home address as well.
I did, sir.
Where do you live in Sherman Oaks?
Right by the...
No, not. Maybe I'll steal marmalade.
Yeah.
That wasn't the wisest move.
Why should you be put through to the finals?
Well, sir, I feel that I can finally say that I deserve to be there, sir. I'm ready to take that final step. And if you give me that opportunity, I feel like I can succeed.
Defuser, why should you be put through to the finals?
couple of eliminations ago when I was up on this red block, I was missing my family, my wife, my kids, and if you'd have sent me home on that night, sir, I probably would have been okay with it. But that night, laying there in the dark, I heard my wife, and she said to me, "Buck it up. You don't come home until the mission is done." And I felt that. And Mr. Lee, the only next step for me, sir, is that stamp of approval from you that I am truly a superhero. The mission's not done, sir, and I want to stay.
Hyperstrike. Why should you be put through to the finals?
Mr. Lee, you shouldn't put me through to the finals.
Hyperstrike. Why should you be put through to the finals?
Mr. Lee, you shouldn't put me through to the finals. Not unless you're 100% positive I have what it takes to be the next great superhero. I fully understand, accept, respect, and appreciate the tremendous responsibility that is. And if you give me that honor, I will use that gift to inspire thousands. Thank you, sir.
Hyperstrike. I'm impressed by your energy and your force of will.
Thank you.
On the other hand, eagerness and enthusiasm have tended to cause you to give up too much information.
Those are two mistakes I'll never make again.
Defuser, from day one, you came in here a leader. You performed heroically and with courage in the lair and on the missions. Sometimes you went too far in taking charge. But with the dogs, you let Hygiena devise her own plan, and you went along with it, even though it pained you to leave her there. This shows me you've learned a little bit about balancing leadership with teamwork.
Yes, sir, I would agree with that.
Hygiena, you have wholeheartedly committed to this journey.
I have, sir.
Your time here, I believe, has helped you to discover something inside you. Perhaps I would call your inner hero.
That is a great way to put it, Mr. Lee.
And with the dogs, you sacrificed yourself for your teammates, and that showed tremendous courage. Now, once again, my very least favorite part of this particular journey. Hyperstrike. Defuser. Hygiena. The person leaving the lair tonight is no one.
Really?
You, standing before me, are my finalists. All of you are moving on.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
It's true that all of you let your guard down at the TV studio, but these last few days have shown me that all of you have the heart of a hero. I'm very proud of all of you, and you should be proud too.
We are.
We are.
Hyperstrike, I told you to step up, and you did.
Thanks to you, sir.
and your plea was filled with such passion, I couldn't deny you. Hyperstrike, you're moving forward.
Thank you.
Defuser, again, you too demonstrated your heroism. Your plea told me that this was it. You want this badly.
I do, sir.
You deserve to be here too.
Thank you.
Leadership is an art, and I've seen that you've grown in mastering that art.
Trying to balance, sir.
I still have that image of you with those dogs, and that was pure raw courage. So, Defuser, you are moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
Hygiena, you are not the physically strongest here, but your heart is unequaled.
Here, here.
Your strategy was sheer self-sacrifice.
Go on without me!
And I applaud that. And on a personal note, I've enjoyed seeing you bring out that inner hero. So, Hygiena, you deserve to be here too. Superheroes, you're my finalists. So get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow, the final destiny will somehow be decided.
Okay.
Good night to you all, and once again, Excelsior.
Excelsior!
I can't believe I'm kind of in shock. I'm still in shock about it.
It's so nice not to see someone go home tonight. We don't go out with an elimination, we go out with a nomination, you know.
Wait, what's this? What's this? Oh. Congratulations on making it to the final round. You have made me very proud.
Oh, dang.
Oh!
That was pretty cool.
Who are we?
We're heroes to the final.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Hey, it's apple cider.
It is.
Very cool.
Yay!
Delicious.
I mean, it's champagne.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Superhero.
And the hero going home is no one! Yay! It's the first time in pretty much ever that no one went home. But bringing people back, let's welcome back Hygiena!
Yay!
And Defuser! Ding! Welcome. Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
I'm glad you guys went home because that makes these so much cooler. Couldn't resist. I was going through my stuff and I'm like, signatures. But congratulations.
Thank you.
It makes it fun. Were you excited? Were you surprised that no one went home during this
Yeah,
one?
it was like
Surprised?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially after that day.
Right. Kind of like, I think maybe they were just like, too many things went wrong and no. Let's just make everything okay.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing was,
fun.
what you don't see on the show was when he says, Defuser, when you left Hygiena, and I was like, Mr. Lee, I didn't leave Hygiena till they told me to leave Hygiena. And he goes, okay, hang on a minute.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a show, so there's like,
Right.
Yeah. But the three of us were kind of like, oh, how are we going to get through this one?
I showed it on the screen too because I was like, people were like, that must have pissed you guys off. But at least they did the voiceover and stuff. They're like, wait, I told them to leave me. And I was like, yes, it'd be good. But I'm going to bring back a couple heroes because a couple people are going to be leaving. So wait a minute. We'll bring back on Braid really fast. Ding. Hi. And we're going to bring back on Matt. Boom. All right, there you go. Because I know they would like to head out eventually because it is getting late. I know.
Yeah.
Make sure you unmute yourselves. Yeah.
We're older.
And I'll bring back feedback. And
There we go.
yes. That'd be good too. And feedback too. But I'm sure you're coming on in a minute too, so you can say goodbye. But I know. Braid, thank you for joining us so much. It was appreciated. We really appreciate it. Love seeing you more. Makes me happy. I know. Look in the mail for your little me. I expect pictures.
I love you guys. I will be back for the next episode here, but I just got to do some stuff. But I have enjoyed this. This is amazing. Thank you, Dan, for putting all this together.
Yeah.
And let's have some more meetups.
Yeah.
Of course, it is my pleasure.
Bye-bye, Crystal. Good
I'm
seeing
fine
you.
with that. I love it. I love it. You can always
too.
count me in on that.
Bye, Bray.
Good to see you.
Sweetheart. I love you all. Be
Bye. Be
safe.
good.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
And Basura says goodbye too. She's down there. She's like, wait, put me in.
I know, like, bye.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
All right,
there
I
it
had to
is.
like flip flop around. But Ray, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, now we can bring back Basura. Now we're all on.
Story of superheroes. It
Right?
looks like Brady Bunch. Da-da-da-da. Okay,
I want to be
sorry.
Alice in the center, but we can only have 6. I'm like, it's fine. But it is good. But yeah, so nobody went home, and I was like, what? I was watching it at home, and I was like, how is this possible? But it was good. I enjoyed it.
Go
Go ahead. It was a good feeling. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Well, Matt, I know you were heading off.
I was just going to say that this has been awesome. I haven't actually seen these episodes, I think, since I worked on them, and I didn't actually get to sit and watch them. I would get clips, and I would sit with Scott and Rick and really Stan, and they're sort of, okay, that's a good place to end out. And the editor, I forget, Dean or something, I forget his name, and then I would get my stuff and go back to my office and work. So I actually haven't sat and watched the second season like this. I wish I'd done about it earlier. This is fantastic. So if you decide you want to do season 1, let me know. We can work it out. But it was lovely to see all of you after like however long has it been?
know.
10
Super
years?
good.
This is crazy.
I know you actually have one more quick question before you go, Matt. Boop. They want to know how you got to work in comic books. How did you get to work in comic
Well,
books?
it says, did you also get to work on the comics is what I'm seeing on the screen. So I can answer both questions. The second one first. I was supposed to do the covers, and I think I had talked about doing the interiors in the comics, but that was controlled by whoever the publisher was, and honestly, I'm too expensive, so I couldn't make that happen. But the covers I was supposed to do, and I remember, I don't have the files anymore because I had a hard drive crash years ago, but I remember mocking up Mr. Mitzvah, the Defuser, and I want to say Basura as publishable comic book covers. That was part of my brief, and then I don't know what happened to the art once I turned it in, and then decided, okay, it's going to be somebody else. My workload was pretty hard anyway because I had to get each one of these done in about 4 days, and some of the art that I did, I don't think even made it into the edit, so I was up to my nose trying to get it done anyway. But if anybody wants some commissioned color comic art of like your characters from the show or something like that, I'm sitting in here writing a horror movie right now, and I don't really have a lot else to do.
Yeah, and I'm like, how do fans get a hold of you, though? Like, if fans want their own superheroes, I'm
honestly,
sure
I'm taking a limited number of color commissions right now because I have the time because of the quarantine and everything. The easiest way to get a hold of me is just go to matthaley.com, or you can email me at matt@matthaley.com. It's 2 T's and 1 L. You can find me on Instagram at matthaleyart. So I'm very easy to find. I don't really use Facebook anymore because, frankly, it's terrifying. But Matt@matthaley.com is the easiest way to find me. And I am taking a limited number of orders like this month because I've got the time, and it'd be fun. You know, I haven't gotten to do a lot of the work that I've done lately. Hasn't even been superheroes, and I really miss drawing superheroes. So this is the month.
But you have other people that are also interested in your horror movie because they're like, what?
I can't talk about it because I've directed a couple of TV things. We're trying to get our first feature off the ground. I'm working with David Lynch's producer from Twin Peaks, whom I've known for a lot of years. I finally had an idea, and I won't be able to shoot anything for a while, but I'm writing it. It's going to be a ton of fun. We'll see what happens. But for the moment, I just really miss drawing muscular people hitting each other.
It's about a bunch of people who are reality superheroes, and they all get attacked by.
Yes, I mean, I spent my 20s drawing that, so it's kind of going back to my roots, and so I really miss doing this. If anybody wants it, get in touch.
And if anybody needs it, just message on here and I'll send it to you out because Tom actually is like, private message me, Dan, and I'm really good.
I'm happy to do it, man. I got lots of time. Thank you so much for this. This has been a blast. Matthew, thanks for telling me this was even happening. I wondered kind of what had happened to everybody because I know Jarrett and I, we lost touch after a while. Melody, you and I and the counselor talk occasionally. But this is a blast. It was so great to see it. And it's great to see that everybody's still excited about the show.
We're all good. Everybody was fun. I tried to find everybody, but I missed a couple people because I'm like, shenanigans. But I'm sure it was good. And thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it.
You're a great host. This is super professional. It looks incredible.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He should be doing this all the time.
Yeah,
especially now.
Kind of too. I'm a college professor. It's kind of what I do anyway. I teach online.
All right.
Well,
Thank
Matt,
you guys.
thank you so much for joining us. Have a good one.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks for all the artwork.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I know. We get to see his stuff all the time because every single time we go to a commercial, it's like, and artwork. And it's super cool. So it's nice. It's good that he actually got to join. This is always my favorite one I didn't get to show. It's Basura looking all sexy. And I'm like, yeah. I like that one, and I like this one. Because it's Hyperstrike. It's quintessential Hyperstrike because it's like, what? And that's when I picture him, that's exactly what I do.
And
it's like
Mitzvah's head.
Hyper. Yes, exactly. Is his head in there too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just his head.
Just
I know.
his head.
I know.
So I wanted to say something about the secret identity challenge. That
Yes, I have things. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you watch in our season when we had that challenge
to the Mexican restaurant,
the Mexican restaurant, you see that only Fat Mama goes and gets the trash can and brings it back, even though both she and I are, we didn't give up our secret identity. But when we got the critique from Stan during that, I got called out for the fact that I had told the person what college I went to. So I thought I had failed that challenge, and I just kind of got a pass on being on the chopping block until I saw the episode come out. And so, really, Fat Mom was the only one who didn't reveal anything. And then I didn't give him my name. And then when they told me, they went back and forth in the editing room, and they're like, we don't have him saying his name, so we have to change it because he never did. And so even though I had told them a little bit, I didn't tell them enough, to qualify. So that's why things kind of changed a little bit. And Fat Mama and I laugh about that all the time. So anyway.
That's fantastic, though. But this is the challenge I actually put on my comment because I was like, I have to comment on this. This is where they would have sent me home. Like, if they would have kept me one more episode, it wouldn't have been the dogs. It would have been Dan talking to the makeup person, being like, "Oh my God, here's my whole entire life, and here's exactly what everything is."
Okay, but here in our defense, there is hair and makeup on the show.
Yeah.
Right. And they weren't doing us up all the time, but every so often when we were having elimination or something. So those people, and I'm still friends with the hairdresser, those people are like the only people we talked to outside of each other. And they'd be sitting in their chair and we would confide in them a little bit. And so in our defense, it was like that a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, out of like taking it out of context, like we would sit down and they'd say, "How's the show going?" Or, whatever they were doing while they were making us up. So that was where I think all of us were letting our guard down, because we would let our guard down when we would sit in the chairs for whatever publicity thing we were getting made up for.
Yeah. So Dylan actually asked this because he wants to know, didn't you guys have makeup, like TV makeup anyway?
Some days.
Sometimes.
No, I didn't get anything.
Just for the makeover.
But the days when you came back to shoot the publicity stuff, they did your hair and right?
I did my hair. No, I don't think the boys did anything. Like, I was asked, and I'm like, "Can't you do my hair? And don't you want to do my makeup? I would look great in sparkles." And they're like, "No." And I'm like,
for the reveal of the costumes, they were there too.
That was the only time they did mine, was for the costume reveal, like costume makeover.
Yeah, your hair, and I know Limelight's hair they had to be there all the time because that only looks good when somebody else does it, because you're just like, and perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Well,
Jimmy? Is it Jimmy?
Superheroes, I mean, if this was real, I'd have to totally be Tony Stark and go, "I am Iron Man," because I would never be able to keep it secret, I think, because blah, blah, blah,
Well, in Lightning Strikes, you're watching videos of yourself, so you're kind of giving it away there too a little bit.
Yes,
We'll talk about that in a little bit.
That's the whole story behind that.
Right. Tom wants to know if you guys were paranoid when you were actually talking to the makeup people, or did it not even occur to you?
We got relaxed so quickly simply because, like what Hygiena said, it wasn't unusual for these backstage people to engage us in real conversation because we were starved for anything, anyone to talk to. As much as I love Hygiena and Hyperstrike and Dan, we had no one else to talk to.
Yeah, we didn't even know what was going on in the world. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Every now and again, we get to talk to people, and I loved Alan Turner Ward. He was always
Right, he was another one. Yeah.
He was a crazy British guy that was like our gopher guy. I don't know what you call him. Like,
He managed the talent. He managed that.
So he made us happy, and so we would talk to him any chance we could get. We'd be like, "Tell us more, Ellen. Tell us about your DJing and weird stuff." He'd be like,
"Exactly.
Tell us about getting gas and buying groceries."
Yeah.
Our guy was Jeff Skinner, and he was our handler, and so we could talk to him.
Right. And it just got that way. So that's why it didn't seem, I mean, looking at it, hindsight's 2020, and, looking at it now as part of a challenge, but the reality is we just wanted to talk to somebody.
Exactly. That's why I posted up there, because I'm like, this would have totally what I would get home. I'd been like, I would have told that person anything, because I'd be like, oh, thank God. Try not to, but I wouldn't.
Isn't talking to a hairdresser kind of like talking to a lawyer or a psychologist? It's like
bartender.
Yes. That's why Nick, I know I put it up there too, and I'm just like, I forgot where it's one of these back. Like Nick said it, they need like a hairdresser confidential.
Yeah,
I think that'd be great. I would totally watch that, by the way. So I think it's fun. And by the way, again, feedback, more comments on your beard. So yeah, and I got called out too. So yay! People are loving the beard, so they say keep it. See,
all right,
that makes it fun. All right,
can't argue with the public.
That's what I'm saying. You got to go with your fans, so it's good. Well, speaking of fans, I think we have to talk about who wants to be a superhero online, right? So a lot of people don't know this unless they were true, like really true fans of the show, because what the fans actually did is they created their own online show. And what they did is they had their own contest, they had their own judges, they had their own people that were competing in it, and it was a crazy thing. And what's fun is a couple of people were actually in the chat window over here, were the people that have actually made it. Right.
Zach,
so, Zachariah was doing it. He was the main person for it. And then we actually have James Ward in the chat as well. And he was the villain for the show, Dr. CGI. So it was kind of fun. So I wanted to show you guys the intro for it and talk a little bit about it, because I think it's kind of cool that the fans were so into it that they made their own thing. Anyway, it's super neat. So here is the intro to Who Wants to Be a Superhero online version.
All right.
Yep, it was fabulous. And I kind of was trying to go back in like the way back machine and trying to figure out like what I played and parts of it. And I think I actually built that whole entire intro. And I think I like made it at my school.
You did. Yeah.
Which was super fun.
I think you did.
I think I did too, but I was trying to find the files and I couldn't find the files. But what I did find is when we did the photo shoots for some of the heroes, like ta-da, Perkayla and Arc and Wave Rider. Yeah, Perkayla is super fun, and by the way, she's also online right now, so she's in our chat. Wait a minute.
Hi, Perkayla.
Yeah, Perkayla's there too, and Perkayla's here too. It's one of those. Bye. There you go.
Yeah, Gravnos auditioned with Nathan X7 and I and Tex Shield in San Antonio.
A lot of them did.
Arc, Adam Ledzian, he was a member of tech support, And yeah,
Ark and
did
I
some
were actually
really cool artwork.
really good friends for kind of a long time. Ark and Ted actually showed up to one of my parties because they're both Florida
They
people.
live in Florida, yeah.
Yeah, and so they showed up at one of my parties, and they're like, "Hey, where are these guys?" And I was like, "Who are you?" And we actually became friends, and so it was kind of fun. Weirdly, I saw Ark at the convention, MegaCon, which is in Orlando, last year, and he was walking by me dressed as somebody from Naruto, and he goes, "Parthenon?" And I'm like, "What?" And it was just fun to kind of like re-see him again, which was
That's awesome.
entertaining, right? So it was good. And see, like, even this is the person that actually started it, right? And he made up all these puzzles, and it was super fun. And then he actually reached out to us on the SyFy boards, which kind of looked like this, if you kind of remember when SyFy had that
Back in the day.
Right, the SyFy like skiffy boards and stuff like that. And then he reached out to us and said, "Hey, would you mind being a part of doing this for the fans?" And I was like, "Yeah, whatever you need, I'm in." So that's why I made the intro and did the photos. And then I got to be the judge for two of them, which I started like, it was a fun little like video thing that we put together where they did the puzzles and I just kind of did like the reveal and I had to eliminate somebody, which was my least favorite part, by the way. So I feel Stan's pain on that. So I'm
Right.
like, ugh. But feedback, what was your and what was your kind of role in it?
Zachariah reached out to me, and I honestly, I need help remembering exactly what we did. So Zachariah, post it in the comments because it was so long ago.
So it's super fun, and Ted's on. I didn't see him on.
Yeah,
Yay! Love him. He's super fun. Yep. So Zachariah was great because he actually made up these super challenging puzzles of like they had to figure out, like they were talking about the Hollywood sign, and then you had to figure it out after that. And then basically once every week, and they did this for like 10 weeks in a row, that one person would keep getting voted out each week. And it was super duper fun. And eventually, can I give it away? Should I give away the ending?
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. Well, it turned out, that Perkayla won. And feedback,
Right.
didn't you make this? Didn't you make this little trophy right here? Didn't you have it made? Or no? It's a fun thing.
Okay, you all know when I use my powers, I lose memory.
Ding, ding, ding.
So you have to give me a pass on some of these.
I will give you a pass on it. But Perkayla, I've known for quite a long time, and it was super duper fun, and she's so sweet. So I actually got to meet her twice. In 2008, she came down when we did the photo shoot, and then I got to meet her again in 2010 when literally we were chained at the hip. Well, wait, chained at the wrist. See, that story goes college, but it was super fun, and we got handcuffed, and it was a good time, and they were super great. And a couple other people are on here too: Impervia, Wave Warrior, Perkayla, Tech Shield, Arc, the rest of those. So it was super duper fun. And yep, wait, feedback sent me that statue thing, and he sent out the wonderful trophy. So see, everybody's giving you the credit, feedback. So there you go.
Okay, I'm glad because I can't remember that. I feel like I've really lost brain
It's not
matter.
you, Matt. It's our age.
No,
Okay.
this is my
I
secret
think
power.
I thought it was fatherhood.
I think it's
just
fatherhood. I think
So
it's
much focus on the kids. I feel
I
like I'm
know.
constantly.
Yeah.
I know,
Don't
mommy
die.
brain thing.
Pushed out. Yeah, stuff gets pushed out of your own, and you start. It's all kid stuff. Like,
Absolutely.
Asia said she has curfew.
I was just going to say, because I just saw it in the chat too, but Basura has to go. But Basura, do you want to talk a little bit about why you're in a different place?
Well, I live in Oakland, California, and there have been a lot of protests and also riots everywhere across the country.
These are
And
pictures from it.
and stuff in other countries too, I'm hearing about. And there's already a lot going on in Oakland, and some of my friends that live in Santa Cruz, I wanted to come down here and support here. There's also a lot going on with the Santa Cruz police being sent up to Oakland to beef up their police, and there's a lot going on in Santa Cruz with the homeless being corralled into small areas during a pandemic, COVID-19. So that's why I'm here. There's a lot going on, but we have curfew and I got to go home.
Basura is wonderful at this because she is always in the middle of every kind of protest where you want to be involved in it. She's there because she's just that type of fabulous person. So I love it.
I
It makes
try
me
to
happy.
and I want to help people, but this is such a crazy time, and I just really want people to listen. People of all different nationalities and backgrounds can all learn from each other. And then Defuser here, I'm looking at your face, and I have another good friend that's a cop, and it's hard to be with a bunch of protesters that are chanting all cops are bad, but saying a different word that starts with B. And it's I got to quote Chris Rock that was saying that, oh, there's bad apples in every profession. It's like, well, pilots, you can't afford to have a bad apple that says, I don't feel like landing today. There really needs to be changes. And I'm thankful people like Jarrett, the Defuser, that are good role models. But I can't get into this. There's so much I could say.
I know.
I'm right with you.
I just kind of wanted to be like tweak because I feel like it had to be at least mentioned a little bit because I'm like,
it's a crazy week.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But you know what? Other people are saying this as well. They're like, thank you for getting out there and you rock and we love you. And it is true because a lot of my other friends are out there too and they're dressed as superheroes because there's a lot of kids out there at these protests because a lot of them are peaceful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they just want change. And honestly, I think Basura has a right that if we just listen to each other, that's all we need. You know what I mean? Like, at least that's a good start.
It's been hundreds of years that, unfortunately, people being peaceful and quiet and sitting down and just occupying a space isn't really bringing about the change. And I don't like the violence that's going on, but silence. People are saying silence is violence. Like not saying anything, not doing anything. I can't keep talking. I could go on forever.
I'll give you just my real quick analogy on how I've been perceiving this is most people have at one time or another gotten angry enough to punch a hole, to punch the wall. And it's your wall, you're going to have to fix it, but it doesn't stop you from punching the hole or slamming the door. And right now we have an entire culture punching the wall.
It's true. But that's what it takes for change. Because the Stonewall riots back in gay rights was drag queens throwing bricks. And it took that in order to move it forward. And so I think this is needed in the society. And I would completely agree. You know
Stuff
what I mean?
needs to be rebuilt anyways. Like even if things aren't destroyed, things need to be rebuilt from the inside, from the bottom.
Protest, but be safe.
Yes.
Please.
Yeah.
I would agree. And wear your masks.
Yeah,
because that's a thing. I know, because Basura sent me a lot of pictures and everybody had masks on and everybody was doing good. And it was just like, I feel like it had to be said. And so thank you for saying it. I really
Lots of people were there giving each other water. There was somebody there from a fancy bakery with boxes of cookies and baguettes. And like everybody was taking care of each other.
Yep. And a lot of people are out there with you because I think that's what we need right now is real life superheroes. And I think you're a good example of that, Basura.
Thanks. And I want to tell people, like, you don't have to go out and protest if you're afraid, if you don't want to. I understand and respect that, but please look up articles online, look up ways that you can better understand people of color in your community and what they're going through and ways that you might be able to just interact with your community and do things.
I think voting comes into that too, because the more you vote and the people are in power, you control who's in power. So make sure that you take that opportunity to do it without getting too preachy and stuff like that. But
and there's also things like giving blood, to the Red Cross. That's a way to be heroic.
I did that too. I actually.
I will, but they don't take gay blood. But thanks.
I guess Matthew doesn't know that I had COVID-19, so I had coronavirus, and I got better. And then I donated plasma because it's like special plasma with antibodies. So I almost passed out, not from being scared or nervous, but I guess they cycled my blood out really fast.
Oh God!
And
like, don't give it to the llamas.
I almost fainted.
Yeah.
But
well,
yeah.
Basura, I just want to say thank you for being a part of this. You have been fabulous, wonderful, and we couldn't have done it without you.
I'll watch the rest of this saved and reposted later. So it's really cool. Thank you so much for doing this, and everybody. It's great to see you again. And
great to see
I'll let
you.
you guys go on with the show and quit talking. So
bye, and keep being you. All right.
Bye. Love you guys.
Bye. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
She's always so cool. I can't. I'm like, I love it. All right, getting one more thing about the Who Wants to Be a Superhero Online, because Zachariah, the guy, said, it wouldn't have been fun without us, but it makes it fun. So feedback, high five, like low five, tink, and it makes it fun.
I remember doing some of the online stuff, but I need to see it again. I'd love to watch that again. So reach out to me, Zachariah, and let me see.
Yeah,
and I think it just goes to show how many people love superhero stories, right?
True. Yep.
It's like they wanted to continue on with this, even though there wasn't another season, even though it's because it's so much fun. Who wouldn't want to be a superhero?
I would agree. Yep.
Yeah.
And I know James, the Dr. CGI, actually tried out for our show for season 2 and was supposed to be on season 3, and then they never had a season 3. So I was like,
Yeah.
So I feel like this was kind of a nice little, like, at least I got to do something in it, and the kind of genre of it.
That's the number one question at conventions and stuff was, why wasn't there a season 3? Or when is a season 3?
I know. Did you guys ever watch the British version with the kids?
I watched one episode of it. Yeah,
I watched a little bit of it, and I'm like, I can't watch this because it is painful.
It
was like, it wasn't Stan Lee. It was 2 British guys, and they were making fun of kids, and I'm like, oh, you cannot do this to kids like this.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, it makes it fun. Anyway, we kind of went all around on this one, but no one went home. Cool online people. Basura was great. Pick your votings and do your stuff and everything like that. And it's pretty much ready for the next episode, right?
I think so.
I think we're
It's
ready.
a hard episode.
It is. This is the fun one, though, because this is the final episode. Dun, dun, dun. So this is the first part of it, and everyone enjoy the final episode, part 1, and we'll be back in the middle of it. But here is episode number 8 of Who Wants to Be a Superhero, season 2.
Cool. Let's see it.
Whoa.
True believers. True believers. Where do we have a counter then? True believers. 0614. Are you guys seeing believers? True believers. What the hell was that? True believers. True believers. My name is Stan Lee.
Oh my gosh, it's Stan Lee.
The world needs heroes, and I helped create many of the superheroes you know and love. Houston, we have a problem. We know. My mission is to find the next great superhero. The winner's character will be immortalized by me in my next comic book as an action figure and appear in a sci-fi movie. Thousands auditioned from all walks of life, but only 10 were chosen. They stepped into the adventure of a lifetime, a world filled with villains and hidden tests. Through it all, I asked one simple question. Do you have the heart and soul to be a hero? Tonight, with the world anxiously waiting, I will make my final decision and crown the world's next great superhero. And it's all happening right now. All 3 finalists possess those inner qualities that make up a true superhero: honesty, integrity, and courage. The first time I met Hyperstrike,
I feel it is my duty to step forward and introduce myself to the world.
I knew he was something special.
I am the undisputed superstar of all martial arts.
Wow. That showmanship and physical prowess never changed during his time here. But was he a superhero? Despite being just 21 years old, He was never afraid to speak his mind to me.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Stan. Kind of missing my old costume.
And to the other superheroes.
Something I've been wanting to tell you. I was one of the people who put you as the weakest superhero.
Sure, there was the occasional slip-up.
My last name in real life is Stork.
I told you before, a superhero never reveals his or her secret identity. But he was always inspirational.
How many of you like Hyperstrike the most? Half the class.
And he emerged as a leader.
We can make like a rope, you know.
Great! And last week, his actions and words.
Mr. Lee, you shouldn't put me through to the finals. Not unless you're 100% positive I have what it takes to be the next great superhero.
Convinced me that he was worthy of being one of my finalists. At first,
I'm Hygiena. I fight grime and crime.
Hygiena seemed more like an underdog than a superhero.
I'm here to represent the underdogs, the grandmas, the teachers, the mothers, but also me.
She was unsure of her own courage.
I was scared and I doubted myself that I could do it.
Paralyzed by her fear of dirt.
Get the web off of me, please.
Yeah.
But she never wavered as she pushed herself to her limits.
This stinks.
And last week, Hygiena's inner strength took her to new heights as a hero.
Are you okay?
Yep, I'm okay. Go on.
Before the Defuser came to us, he'd already had experience in the hero business.
In real life, what do you do? I'm a police detective, sir.
Really?
I fight crime and suppress evil on a daily basis.
And from the first day, he took charge.
Look over every inch of both cars.
The others thought he was overbearing.
Make sure the tires that are on are inflated.
You don't see like Spider-Man yelling. You don't see Batman ever yelling.
But he learned being a superhero means working well with others and having humility.
I really need a pair of pants.
And last week, he performed to perfection, balancing leadership with teamwork.
Touch it to that pole, and then we can lay out and connect it.
And was the picture of grit and determination. So here are my 3 deserving finalists. Hyperstrike, Hygiena, and the Defuser. It all comes down to this. What they do in the next few hours will determine whom I choose to be my next great superhero.
All right, who are we?
We're heroes.
The final 3.
Congratulations.
Hey, it's apple cider. It's
Very cool.
Yay!
Superhero.
I'm Balls Mahoney of the ECW. And I was sent here by
Dr. Dark.
Stan Lee.
Thought we were gonna have to throw down, man.
When we looked up and we saw Balls Mahoney, we were like, who is this guy?
You 3 remaining competitors have earned a very special reward. Tomorrow, I myself am going to take you to learn the physical aspects of being a superhero. It means you're going to learn how to leap, how to soar, and how to fight like a superhero. Yeah, so tonight, I advise you to get some rest. A lot of rest, because tomorrow's going to be a day that you will never forget. Well,
Appreciate it.
Guys, I don't know if you're going to be thanking me tomorrow, so get it over with
You
now.
better get some rest too.
Wait till tomorrow, little man. We'll see you later. Get some sleep.
Hello, superheroes.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Mr. Lee.
I set this up because all superheroes must know how to battle bad guys and, of course, beat them. As always, I'll be watching you to see who acts most heroically. Now, get some rest.
Yes, sir.
You get the guys like this, they're kind of disorientated. Hey! It's the superheroes! Here, put you down there. Welcome to the Stuntman's Training Center.
What up, balls?
How you doing, guys? You guys get a good night's rest?
Yes, we did, sir.
You all set? You all set? This is how we learn to fight.
Nice.
Okay?
Sweet.
This is John. He is one of the top stuntmen in Hollywood. John, you want to help me out here?
Sure, anything.
See that folding chair over there?
Yeah.
Go grab that.
This chair.
That chair. Yeah. John, I want you to take that chair. I want you to hit me as hard as you can
with this chair.
Right in my head. Do it! Right here! Now! Come on, give me your best shot!
You asked for it.
Let's go! Oh my God. Haha. Ow. So, well, that's not acting, man. You see, look.
Good acting with your
See that?
face.
You see that?
Yeah.
That's what happens.
I thought if he can take a chair to the head, what is he going to expect me to do? I'm not doing that.
So just so you guys know this, wrestling, stunt fighting, it's real, okay? So John's gonna be here to teach you how to fight. He's gonna teach you how to make things look good. Put in the work.
Ready to go?
Yeah. Ready.
Come on, guys.
Dang, you're the man.
No, you guys are gonna be the man after this.
And the woman.
You're standing in front of the green screen, and in post, production can put any backdrop. You could be flying over the Grand Canyon or something, or
New York City.
New York City, anywhere they want.
So we got a chance to go up on wires, kind of like karate movies when they're flying through the air.
3, 2, 1, go!
It's time for you to clean up your act. I am the only girl left, but I'm a tough girl, and I can get through these things.
Go! Nice.
That's cool. I usually perform in the circus, and I've done a lot of this training before in my life, so I definitely am the man to beat.
There you go.
Oh!
Nice. There you go.
Sure this will hold me?
Yeah, that'll. 3, 2, 1, go! How's that feel?
It's riding.
Yeah? Okay.
We're all right.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm very apprehensive. I was just wondering, how many of those pulley guys it was going to take to lift a 240-pound man and try to make him look graceful and flying.
When the diffuser's around, bad guys are going down.
Go! Go!
Whoa!
So what you're gonna do is throw a jab, cross, and then throw a big hook, and he's gonna duck.
Same concept.
1, 2, 3. That's it.
There were punches and kicks and ducks, and I was a little unsure that I could do it because I've never really done that before, and I'm sure the guys have. So I was a little uncertain of myself.
I think it's time we do some pairing off. Hygiena, Defuser, Hygiena, mop them up.
Dang.
Show them who's boss. Let's see some stuff here. Come on.
Okay.
Okay, listen. He refused to do laundry.
Oh,
And he didn't add the fabric softener. Are you gonna put up with that?
no!
Mop him up. Block, duck.
Boom.
Kick, punch.
Knockout.
Oh! There she is.
Jab, here, cross. Good. Hook, boom. That's it. Function. Boom. Nice.
Nice.
Oh!
I think all of us were able to get into the mindset that we were actually doing all this superhero stuff. We wouldn't be here if we weren't able to imagine that so deeply, because that's what we've been doing since we were kids.
Guys, again, it was a pleasure. It was an honor. I'd love to say goodbye to you. I got to get going. I got to go put some ECW SmackDown on. All right, guys. Oh, yeah, one other thing. Excelsior.
Excelsior!
Hello, Super Zeros. Just thought I'd drop in.
Dr. Dark!
Hello, Super Zeros. Just thought I'd drop in.
Dr. Dark!
Dr. Dark drops in behind us while we're about to leave the stunt school.
I'm glad you're finally here, because we're gonna give it to you. Good.
It's not wise to fill your tiny minds with thoughts of grandeur. It's the end of the road for all of you.
Doubtful.
Don't think so.
We're gonna take you down.
Him against 3 of us? I don't think so.
You guys ready?
Ready.
Let's do this! Hyper! Hyper! Forward!
dusted him. That wasn't so tough.
No, not at all. Hey.
Team, we are heroes! Excelsior! Yes!
Great work, superheroes.
Thank you, sir.
You've done something no one else has been able to do. You've defeated Dr. Dark.
Finally.
Thank you.
Don't worry about Dark. I'll take care of him. But for now, please return to the lair. We have a small matter to decide. Who is going to win this competition and become a comic book legend?
All right, sir. Let's go.
Clear!
What a day.
You know, I think our action figures could have taken Dr. Dark today.
You know.
I mean, did he really think he could take on 3 of us at one time?
Yeah, he got blasted through a door.
Hyper blasted.
Then diffused and cleaned.
Whoa.
Good evening, superheroes.
Yes.
Congratulations on defeating Dr. Dark.
Thank you, sir. It was
Yeah.
awesome.
It was
Felt
awesome.
good to finally take him
It
down.
did.
Sure.
You've been on an amazing adventure for weeks now, and it's all come down to this night. One by one, we're going to talk about your experience here in the lair.
All right.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Hyperstrike,
Yes, sir.
won't you join me in the living room?
Of course.
When Stan said he wanted to meet with us, I was actually really nervous because he made it sound really ominous. I was like, oh gosh, what's gonna happen?
Just one chair. Ominous.
Hello, Hyperstrike. This is your most important night in the lair. I must decide who will be my superhero.
It's no easy choice.
Of course, one of the things about you is your athleticism. You seem to be the embodiment of a superhero in that way.
Yeah, you know, a lot of my heroes early on were very athletic, so I guess I just tried to emulate that.
Mm-hmm. And this is why we're here. I have to say that somehow your athletic prowess seems to have stopped me from getting to know the real you, which I would really like to do.
I think there's more to me than perhaps you or even the other heroes had realized before.
So do you mind if I call you John?
If we're in the lair, it's okay, right?
Yeah, nobody's listening.
Okay. Sure.
John, tell me about your childhood.
You know, for a long time, I didn't have many friends. I was kind of an outcast at school. I was a weird kid. In the middle of Vermont, I kind of stood out. So those were hard times.
Well, what was there about you that made you that different from the others?
I don't know. It just blew my mind, you know, because my parents were so loving. They were so nice. They were so awesome. And then when I went to school, kids were just so mean to me. And I was like, what'd I do? I don't even know. I think a lot of it was just having the last name Stork, you know, kids, Stork the Dork, bam. If you've got a name that rhymes with something, you're finished. So, yeah, I just got off on the wrong foot and it was hard to recover from there.
Kids can be cruel.
Yeah, it was hard.
You know, John, it's those kind of challenges that really build character.
It's true, right? If you spend so much time down there, it just makes you hunger for the top even more, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The hardest steel comes from the hottest fire, and it really turned me into who I am.
Welcome, Hygiena.
Thank you, sir.
So tell me, why is it so important for you to win this and to be a superhero?
Well, Mr. Lee, I really want to inspire people to share their heart more. And maybe I'm not the strongest or the tallest or the most beautiful, but I want that responsibility. And I would be honored to have that responsibility, sir.
You've certainly articulated that beautifully. May I call you Melody?
Yes, you may. And it's nice to hear that.
I want to talk to you as that person now, as Melody.
Okay.
What was the toughest time for you here in the lair?
It was very emotional for me the first night here, away from my husband. There's been a tremendous amount of emotions, more so than I really thought there would be. And living here, it's really helped me push towards things that now I'm going to go back to in my life.
and face some fears to get over.
This fear that you have. Tell me about that, Melody.
It's so profound that it's almost hard for me to talk about.
But talk about it we shall, because that's where this ends. It's like the middle part where it's like Hygiena going, and stuff. And I'm like, oh! Watching this at home, I was like, oh my, I have to hear this, because I've heard it before from her, and we're going to hear it again. But to explain it herself, Hygiena. All right. Because I'm like, this part stabbed me in my heart.
It's hard.
It's hard to watch this. Yeah, it's hard.
I watched you, like, grow in the layer, and I know your story, and I know what's going to be coming up, and I was like, but even to hear, like, you're like, I'm not the best, I'm not the tallest, I'm not the most beautiful, and I'm like, bitch, you are all of those things, and I'm like,
yeah.
I was like, so I'm like,
I think it was very late. It was like 2 in the morning.
2 or 3 in the morning.
It's always when the good stuff comes out, right? And I remember having to do ADR, and since I lived in Los Angeles, I went back to Gower Studio to record it. And I was walking by an editing bay, and Emily was in there, and she was like, "Oh my God, all the women that work on the show were sobbing." And I asked her, "Could you please not show that?"
You're like,
yeah,
that's like the most heart-jerking, like tear-jerking thing in the whole series. You're like, don't show that. What?
Yeah, I know. Of course, as a producer, they're going to be like, "Oh, that's gold," right?
Yeah.
But
I've been waiting for this for the whole season.
Yeah, it was a moment of like it's hard to watch it for me. So I was like, "Oh no!"
Well, and they knew just when to ask us these questions because we're tired, we're emotional, we're exhausted.
Yeah, well, that's when you don't have your defenses up. And what I noticed is that as things progressed through the series, like you might be able to fool some people on day one and pretend to be something. And then maybe even on day 2, you might be able to pull the wool over someone's eyes. But then as the days go through, they start stripping away
it gets real.
All this exterior stuff. And then you get raw emotion. And I think that's what they were hoping to capture, because that's really where reality shines, I think, because if you can get there, and it's not about the scripting of the story, it's about peeling away all of the pretend to get to what really makes us tick, and that's what people connect with. And I think that's why we have all these great fans, is because it's one thing to root on a cool Marvel superhero movie where the actors look awesome, and it's another thing to feel like you have a connection to actual people. Yep. And I think that's what they were trying to forge, and that's why they did it at 2 a.m. to us.
Yeah.
I would agree.
That's very well said, and it's I can appreciate that, and appreciate the fans that I had after that, and the thousands of messages that I got from families and people and parents and now having Ella and everything, but watching that, it's hard for me to watch it.
Yeah. Well, let's switch to a more fun topic. How about our fans? Right? So other people have been touched by your story too. And I asked for some feedback, right, from the heroes. And I got these, which are the coolest people, because these are fans who have actually dressed up as our characters. So I'll show a couple of yours. So here's the first one.
Yes.
Nice.
That was at a comic convention. It might have been San Diego. I can't remember. I'm sorry. But I remember I was very honored that she would dress up like Hygiena.
Right. And you have this one, which I love the story. So you have to tell like the story behind it. But here is another Hygiena. Ting.
This is a drag Hygiena.
Right.
And,
Rachel Rose, I think, correct? Yeah.
Yes. And this is later. This is like 2014. I think he reached out to me and he asked me for all the specs of my costume, so I dug out the costume and I gave him everything that I could, and I think he did a fantastic job.
It looks
reproducing
exactly like
the costume.
And I'm like, what?
Yeah, and he even did it in that kind of leather, like that pleather, the plastic kind of vinyl.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he did a great job, and I was surprised and tickled that
love
somebody would do drag hygiene.
I know. Like I was talking to Braid like off camera, and she's like, "Yeah, nobody's ever dressed up as me," and I'm like, "Oh, now I have to do a braid," and I'm like, "Yes," and I'm like, "I love doing gender swaps," and so I might just have to do everybody from our show. So be prepared because I need to know what your corset was made of. So it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Well, we actually have a couple more as well. So here is a couple of mine, and here is Bat Frank dressed as my original costume, which was only in like one or two episodes. And he was so excited to wear it, and I was just like ecstatic. Now, this one is a hilarious story. Okay. So this guy did a fantastic costume. And somebody actually sent me these pictures because they were there at Dragon Con, and they took pictures of him. And I actually have two different pictures of that guy. And cut to probably like 8 years later, I'm at a party at Dragon Con, and I see this adorably gay couple dressed as Captain America and Winter Soldier. So I talked to them, and we were talking back and forth for a while. And then like probably 15 minutes after we've been chatting for a while, and he goes, "Can I ask you a weird question?" And I was like, "Yeah, what's up?" And he's like, "Are you Parthenon?" And I was like, "That's like years after anything." And I was like, "Yeah, I totally am." And he's like, "Oh my God, I dressed as you." And I'm like, "Oh my God, was it here? Like years ago?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "I have your picture." And he's like, "No, you don't." And I pulled my phone up and I'm like, "Is this you?" And he's like, "How do you have my picture?" And I'm like, "Ha." And it was just weird. Yeah, it was like a weird connection. And I was just kind of like, "Yep." And we still talk to this day, and he's like super cool. He's from like different places. And like, it was just really like a weird kind of like meeting of like a weird thing at like a convention, but it's fun. And by the way, Tink, I totally remember this because my friend Chad was there too because I made him go to it. It was actually like an underwear party at Dragon Con. Super fun. So I know. Let me see your chalk face. Nothing? Okay, good. But I have a couple more cosplayers. And this one, feedback, do you know that you have people cosplaying as you?
Oh, yeah. I've seen him at cons.
Yeah, and it was at Comic-Con in 2008 when we snapped this picture with little feedback and little hyperstrike.
I remember.
So cute.
Right?
So cute.
That's like, could they be
That is
more
so
adorable?
cool.
And I'm like, yes. And since Hyperstrike, he's in like social media seclusion, so he hasn't been really able to participate at all. But I have one more person that dressed up as him, and it's a fun one because it's my own nephew. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's him right there, and that's my whole family at Disney's Not So Scary. Yep. So we did this whole thing where we were all superheroes. Notice his little bracers and stuff like that, and he even did like Hyperstrike bows.
That's adorable,
right? And I'm like, "Who do you want to be?" And he's like, "Hyperstrike. He's my favorite." And I'm like, "You realize I was on the show, right?" He's gonna love that because he's like 23 now, and he's gonna be like, "Oh God, Uncle T, why did you show that picture?"
So my kids haven't seen the show yet.
Oh, why? Can you just film them watching the show? Because I would love to watch that.
I tried the other day, and they were like, "Can we watch something else?"
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. We did
And
just recently.
Yeah, this was like 2 weeks ago, something like that, 3 weeks
How
ago.
old are
And
they now?
7 and 9. But here's what we're gonna do. Fat Mama and I we're actually getting together this weekend.
Yeah.
And her granddaughter Ava hasn't seen it yet either. So Fat Mama and I are gonna watch it with Ava and Kellen.
Yes, I love it. See, it makes it fun. Or if we do the season 1 viewing parties, you can bring them on then. Because Ella always walks in with Hygiena as well, so she kind of comes in. She's like, "What?"
She does. She didn't. She had a lot of feelings about the show, but she doesn't like to see her mom, of course, in distress, right? Because it's her mom.
How did you introduce it to her, though? How did you let her know that you were?
So behind me, we've had this up her whole entire life. And so I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's the show." And not till recently did she realize that there's a point where they understand that actors and shows but there's like 7 or 8 once they start to And then I said, yeah, I was on this show, and it just was the timing was right, and they showed it to her. and she knows all these. She's more impressed by YouTubers, and things like that. So she's like, "Oh, like, were you on YouTube?" Like, I'm not, but it's like she's
like some of our snippets are on there, but
she liked to watch the whole thing, and I brought her to that reunion that we had at Kamikaze, but she was very, very young and didn't remember. Pictures later. But it was important that I had her meet Stan, of course, because of the whole journey.
Right.
And it was very touching for me to have her with me. And but she loves to dress up. I don't know where she gets it. Yeah.
I remember when we watched this episode, I was at your house. We did the viewing party.
We have pictures of that too. Just an FYI.
Yeah, I sent him the picture.
So they're going to be coming up soon. So, like, after we watch the thing, we have pictures coming up from the viewing parties, from the finale. We have what Defuser's doing now, what Hygiene is doing now. We have the reunion in 2013 that also Feedback was a part of as well. We got stuff. Like, that's why I said I should have done this in 2 different episodes, because I should have been like, today's the finale. Next week's
we still can.
I don't even know, because now it's like, we got a shenanigans. But yeah, it'd be fun.
So now you're trying to get us to that 2 a.m. point where we're really raw.
Yeah. Exactly. It makes it fun.
I see what you're doing. Well, let's do it.
What time is it where you're at, Dan? Because it's 10 o'clock here.
11 o'clock.
11.
And I'm still fine. I would normally stay up till 6 in the morning anyway, so it's fine with me. But as long as you guys work down, we're good. Yes, but we only have like a 20-minute segment left, and then we have catching up, and then we'll be done. I swear.
Okay.
So we'll try to go as quick as possible.
So real quick, I want to let you know. Did you know that Balls Mahoney passed away?
You know what? Somebody else put RIP.
2016.
Oh.
I don't know why.
Yeah. That it super looked fun in the stunt thing though. But
It was very fun. It was a lot of fun. They were super cool with us. We were in good moods then.
I'm betting you did some really cool super moves, and they just decided not to show it.
I thought the wire work was great.
I'm betting that footage is out there somewhere. We need to find it.
we did some pretty cool stuff, and like everything else, we're like, why didn't they do the thing?
Yeah. And those the stunt guy, not Balls, but the other guy, his team, it was a team that worked on 300, that movie 300. Yeah, so they had all of those kind of spears and that, things around, which was really neat to see. And they were very professional, and it was fun. They were good.
Super
they were
nice.
good sportsmen.
Very patient with all of us.
Very
We had a good time.
Very, very generous and pretending like I could.
And
hit.
Bald was funny. He was hilarious.
Yeah, it seemed like it. Like I would have caught me off guard when he walked in the kitchen. I'd have been like, "What?" But you guys were, and I was like, "All right, you're ready." And you're like, "But yeah, it's fun." But
Balls Mahoney.
Right, to Balls.
To Balls.
To Balls.
I don't.
You got it. Yeah. You got Hermit there.
Hang on, my God, I like it. Vodka, lovely. But Tom actually wanted to know about the beginning scene, screen in that episode, and it's "Don't try this, professionally trained stunt people." What's that? Was that just like the chair smack, or was that just like a?
Yeah, I think it was the chair smack. They had to put a disclaimer on that.
Yeah, and we did do some other stuff. I remember breaking a board.
Mm-hmm.
We did other things that. we were there for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
And, 90% of it never made it. So I think they put that disclaimer there.
Yeah.
In case they showed any of the crazy shit we did.
Yeah.
I have one more thing, and then we'll get started with the episode. How did Dr. Dark go down so easy? And I'm just like, really? That's what the finale led to. Is like a. And
even when it was happening, it felt so rushed and made up on the fly. Like, what can we do? Christopher Walken's not here. We had a thing for him. We were going to do a big unmasking. And it's like, we don't have him. We got this guy, which was John, by the way.
Was it?
Which was the short minute guy, Asian guy.
Called that.
And we were literally making it up. What could we do? Do this? No, that didn't look good.
Yeah.
What about this? Yeah. Like, okay, he'll drop behind us. I mean, we literally sketched that out right then. Like,
Yeah.
that
It's kind of like, see, if you'd used like the D&D version of building an encounter, you could have had someone pulling the mats out from under you so that as you were going, like he was manipulating the environment, you know. So many things you could have done.
Yeah,
I know.
But not that's not on you. I just meant, you know, if it had been planned and there was time.
That was all put together in like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it looks like it. All right. So speaking of next 15 minutes, here's the finale part of episode 8, where we get to crown the victor of season 2 of Who Wants to Be a Superhero.
Let's do it.
I know. After this. All right, everybody. Enjoy.
This fear that you have, tell me about that.
It's so profound that it's almost hard for me to talk about. Well, a lot of times here people have said, "Are you a mom? Are you a mom? Because you make a great mom." And well, a couple years ago, Mark and I, we did conceive, and we lost our baby. And it was a late-term miscarriage. And since then, I've been terrified to try with him again. It was so emotional. But hearing people here tell me what a good mother that I would be has given me the courage for Mark and I to try again.
Wow.
I wanted to share that with you, Mr. Lee, because without this opportunity to grow, I don't know if I would have gotten there.
Melody, thank you very much for sharing that story. When I started this venture, I had no idea that this lair could have that impact on anyone, and I'm really pleased that it did.
I am too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Melody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is it. Got butterflies in my stomach. My heart rate has definitely increased. The goal is in sight. It's becoming more real, and so I'm feeling the pressure right now.
Hello, Defuser.
Good evening, sir.
Is it all right if I call you Jarrett?
Yes, sir.
Jarrett, we're here now for me to learn more about you, the individual. Why is it important that you be a hero?
When I was 12 or 13, my sister kind of went off the path. She got into drugs, she got into the wrong crowd, and she got lost. She was lost for many years, and it killed me, it killed my parents. And I wanted to help my sister out, and I wanted to help my parents out, and I couldn't. But if I could have gotten someone off the pages of those comics to come into my house and help us all out, I would have. I'm sorry.
Do you need a moment?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
That's okay. Take your time.
Thank you.
So, when you were young, you really could have used a hero.
I could have. Heroes are needed. They were then, they are now. I can tell you the last couple of years have been just so amazing because she's back.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
And it's just the most incredible thing to have my sister back.
That's good to hear. I really want to thank you for sharing that story with me. I certainly feel I've gotten to know you, Jarrett, a lot better.
Thank you, sir. I don't tell that story to many people.
Superheroes, I need to talk to you about my final decision.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hygiena,
Yes, sir.
the Defuser, Hyperstrike. My next comic book legend is going to be announced at a location befitting such a momentous occasion. Universal Studios, Hollywood. Brace yourselves, superheroes. Check it out. Good evening, true believers. I'm Stan Lee, and welcome to Who Wants to Be a Superhero? You're all about to witness a monumental event. I'm about to announce my next comic book legend. This journey started months ago with a simple premise. Who wants to be a superhero? And thousands of Americans from across the country responded eagerly. In just a few minutes, the journey will end, and a winner will be crowned. The winner's character will be immortalized as the star of a comic book, as an action figure, and will appear in a SyFy Saturday night movie. Because I'll need to stay in touch, the winner will also get one of the special TVs from the lab. Ladies and gentlemen, I present one of my 3 finalists. A man who strikes terror into the hearts of bad guys everywhere. The Defuser!
In a world gone mad, at the brink of destruction, only one man can give 110% and answer the call.
Defuser's landed.
He's the Defuser. He's a cop, and the whole universe is his beat.
The Defuser's around. Bad guys are going down.
A natural-born leader that isn't afraid to step up.
That doesn't look good.
But that does. And hopefully, villains won't exploit his one super weakness.
Super wedgie. Defuser going in.
No job is too big. Or too small.
Is this yours, sir?
Thank you, Defuser. America's newest superhero saves the day.
I never refuse to defuse.
Welcome, Defuser.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I'm on the brink of making my decision.
Yes, sir.
And I have a surprise for you.
I thought you might, sir.
In order to make the best possible decision, I've decided I need to know still more about you. So I asked people back home about you. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be, sir.
Instead of being born with the silver spoon in his mouth, Jarrett was born with the cape on. That's how long he's wanted to be a superhero.
His role models throughout life have been superheroes.
He's the type of person that won't look the other way when someone is in need of help.
Jarrett has very high morals. Jarrett does not lie.
He really does live his life based on the morals and values that superheroes do. Plus, he just looks hot in tights.
I'm gonna be in trouble. I want him saving my life.
He's kind, he's smart, he's courageous. He's my superhero.
Good luck, babe. I love you.
We love the Defuser! Excelsior!
How are you doing, Defuser?
It's really nice to see my wife and my friends, sir. It's been a while.
Well, one way or another, you'll get to see them soon. Before we go any further, I have a little surprise for you, Defuser. Before we go any further, I have a little surprise for you, Defuser. Here are your family and friends.
feel like I've been gone months. Oh my God, it's so awesome to see you. I've written you several letters.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
You're so welcome.
Love y'all. Thanks, bro.
And now it's time for my next finalist, a young man named Hyperstrike.
From the atomic rumble of a world war, born unto a city overrun with radioactive monsters, emerges a new hero.
I am Hyperstrike!
Once a tormented child who was picked on relentlessly, Hyperstrike is now a high-flying champion of G. This martial arts master protects the little guy and all humanity from all things evil.
I'm on my way! Is that all you got? Hyper G!
Even crazed gargoyles.
Feel my chi!
Hyper cool, hyper action, hyper strike.
Yeah!
Welcome, Hyperstrike.
Thank you, Stan.
Hyperstrike, you may be surprised to know I sent a camera to your hometown to learn a little bit more about your personal life.
Wow.
We spoke to your friends and family, and this is what they said.
John has wanted to be a superhero ever since he was a really little kid.
That's me.
He goes after everything with real determination. He challenges himself. He never takes the easy road.
He refuses to compromise on things that he believes in.
He always tries to live up to a really high ideal.
And I have great respect for him for that.
In the vast scheme of things, he's just been an amazing kid to be the parent of.
If Stan Lee thinks he's a superhero, I think that would pretty much justify him as a human being on this earth.
I hope you're having a great time. Good luck on becoming the next superhero.
Hyperstrike, go! Hyperstrike, here are your friends and family now. Well, how you doing there, Hyperstrike?
Thank you so much, Stan. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And now it's time to meet my third finalist, Hygiena.
In a dirty world of messy monsters, one hero shines brighter and cleaner than all the rest.
It's time to clean up your act. Is that all you got?
She's Hygiena.
That's gonna leave a mark.
By day, she's a mild-mannered housewife. But by night, she's a crime and dust-busting superhero who proves that an underdog can overcome all obstacles. Even hard-to-get-out dragon stains.
I'm cleaning up this town. Bombs away.
The hero with a heart of gold.
I'm fighting crime and crime.
And the feather duster that stops villains cold.
Darn you, Hygiena!
Crime and crime have a new enemy. It's Hygiena.
Welcome, Hygiena.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
As you know, it's decision time.
Yes, sir.
In order to help me know everything about you, I asked your friends and your family what you were like outside the lair.
Okay.
And this is what they said.
Melody's behaved like a superhero all of her life. Even when she was a little girl, she used to stick up for kids who were being bullied on in school.
Melody does lots of superhero-like things. She has assisted me on helping people during roadside accidents. She often volunteers, she helps out in classrooms, and she often puts on entertainment for inner-city at-risk children.
I'm really proud of her. I know that this is a dream of hers, And I know that the show is going to give her an opportunity to challenge herself. I love you, and I hope you're doing great on this show, and I can't wait to see you. Go Hygiena! Fight crime and crime!
That made me feel really touched, Mr. Lee.
I thought it might. That's good. And how would you like to see your family and friends now?
Yes. Yes. All right.
And now it's on to matters at hand. I need to make my ultimate decision. Standing before me, I see 3 proven superheroes. But only one can become America's next legendary superhero. Standing before me, I see 3 proven superheroes. But only one can become America's next legendary superhero.
I believe I deserve to win this competition because I chose to become a police officer because I thought it would be the closest thing to becoming a superhero. I really, in my heart, want to fight crime and suppress evil.
Thanks. I really think I'd be awesome as the next great superhero, and I'm very determined. I hope he realizes that I didn't pop out of the womb talented. I had to work real hard for all the skills I have.
I want a platform for my message, which is you can be compassionate and you can also be strong, and anybody can become a superhero because it's inside all of us.
I said from day one, this competition is about the intangibles of being a superhero. Integrity, honesty, courage, and grit. It's about what you have in here. The Defuser.
Yes, sir.
You're here because in each and every mission, you personified courage and leadership.
Let's go. We gotta move. We gotta move. Thank you, sir.
I admire that.
Thank you.
And I also want to thank you for sharing the reason that you, as a young man, sought to be a superhero.
If I could have gotten someone off the pages of those comics to come into my house and help us all out, I would have. I'm sorry.
Hyperstrike.
Yes, sir.
You're here because you fired our imaginations.
Hyperstrike! Let's go!
You think and you move like a true superhero.
Thank you.
You're fearless, you're honest, and you're forthcoming. Thank you, Hyperstrike. Hygiena.
Yes, sir.
You're here because of your heart, your unwavering heart.
Thank you, sir.
More than any other, you took the fear that each mission presented.
Bees? Are you kidding me? Gross.
You overcame each and every time.
Yes, sir.
That made me proud.
Thank you.
And now, my decision. Ladies and gentlemen, the Defuser, Hygiena, Hyperstrike. The world needs another hero, and my next superhero is... the Defuser, Hygiena, Hyperstrike. The world needs another hero. And my next superhero is... the Defuser.
I was so prepared to congratulate Hygiena or Hyperstrike when he called my name. I think for just a millisecond, I missed it. And then I went, oh, wait, that's me. You know? So I had to just kind of let it soak in for a second before I reacted.
Defuser, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
In you, I found the heart of a hero. But let me say, though there is a winner, in my mind, there are no losers.
None. You asked me one point why I wanted to do this. As the adventure drew on, I realized I wanted to do it for my wife and my family who sacrificed for me to be here. And if I could be so bold, sir, I'd like to do this for every man and woman in law enforcement out there that is often underpaid, overworked, and sadly often underappreciated. I want to do this for all of them as well, sir. Thank you, and I'll do my best to make you proud.
Very well said. Hygiena and Hyperstrike, would you like to say anything at this point?
I think the Defuser is the man. Couldn't have happened to a better guy, honestly. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd just like everyone to know that every time I was scared, every time I doubted myself, the Defuser was there. He gave me courage. He said, girl, buck up and do it. He is my superhero.
Defuser, I'm proud to say you are my next great superhero.
Thank you, sir.
Like, honestly, the first thing I felt was happiness for Defuser, but after that, I was like, come on, I did so well, come on, didn't you see that? I know those flips, it was funny. I mean, I had my chance. I made the best I could with it, and hey, second place ain't bad.
Defuser he's just a hero. He came into the house a hero, and he's leaving the superhero. And making it this far with Hyperstrike and Defuser is reward for me.
I am so proud of you, Defuser.
Thank you, sir.
I know you'll serve us well on the pages of your new comic.
I'll do my best, sir.
Good night. And Excelsior! Okay, Defuser, go down and greet your fans.
Yes, sir, I will.
My God.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy, okay, there's your first mission. Better get to it.
Yes, sir.
dun, dun. Well, welcome back, heroes.
Yay.
Our winner is Defuser. Nicely
Thank you,
done,
thank you.
mister. With jazz hands. Congratulations. And
Thank you.
Mark.
What's up, Mark?
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah. So, how does it feel to be the winner of season 2?
You know, it was pretty awesome. As Hygiena remembers, they actually filmed that over hours, and they filmed each of us winning. In case, because I was under
Okay, good, because Zachariah asked that.
Yeah, they filmed each of us winning in case, like, I got on the SyFy forums and started running my mouth, you know, or something. We were still under non-disclosure, as you said. You know, we filmed in April. It didn't air, and I didn't win until September. So we had like a 5-month period there where we had to keep our mouth shut. Anyway, so it was really weird. If you see some of the scenes they cut to us, if you go back, I'm standing there and there's no one around me because all those people left.
Right.
And they were just being told things like, okay, everyone applaud. So they're all applauding. Everyone point to the sky. You know, I mean, so, I mean, it was cool when they filmed the first initial announcement that I had won, and it was fun and it was cool. And I was so grateful and am grateful that I won, but it could have gone to either one of us. I mean, either one of us would have been incredibly deserving. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool for me because, you know, I got my comic book.
Yeah.
I got.
I actually have the digital as well. So wait a minute.
What's that one?
What's
Yeah, what's the coloring book?
The coloring book that the police department did with the police officer and the diffuser. And
love it. Here's your cover, by the way. So here's your official comic book.
There we go.
Boom. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Looks just like you. I like it.
And I will tell you that I never got my action figure.
Right.
And I would never have gotten my comic if it wasn't for David Campy and Glass House Graphics, because they were months behind. I didn't get my comic till late 2008, I think. And he really fought, and he picked his own artist and an own writer to do it at low scale, because Dark Horse was like, well, we haven't been paid. And the action figure company was like, and we haven't been paid. And then the movie thing was like, and we're not putting him in a movie. And I was really kind of getting the shaft. And David Campy really came through. And
we actually have a picture of him in our Comic-Con thing. So we will show David and his fabulousness in a minute as well.
Yeah. And then the thing that really, two things really, okay, three. The best thing that came out of this entire thing, aside from my friendships with y'all, was that it's really hard to describe that from 2008 to 2015, I worked for Stan.
Which is super cool. And I'm going to pull up some of these pictures as well. So while you're talking this, I'll pull up pictures.
It all started weird because feedback got me into either Mid-Ohio Con or Emerald City Con. I don't remember which one you originally got me to. And then I started doing Comic-Cons, and then I started hosting costume contests.
For Wizard World, right?
For Wizard World.
Yep.
And then I was at a show doing the contest, and Stan was at that show, and his moderator didn't show up. So they knew that I had done Stan's show and that he knew me, and we met. And from then on out, I averaged about 6 shows a year that I got to moderate for Stan. And I got to host his not just his Q&As, but he would do these meet and greets where like 45 people would pay like $500 to spend 30 minutes with him or something.
Yeah.
And I got to host all of those, and Stan and I would talk on the phone about what topics to bring up, and I would seed the audiences with better questions than, how did you come up with Spider-Man? You know, and so I got to work very closely with Stan. And there was even today, there's just something about the phone ringing and it goes, "Hi, Jarrett, this is Stan." And just,
yeah, I can't even imagine that. It's just like, what?
you know, and I love nothing more than wandering around a Comic-Con looking for Stan and orange soda, because that's what he preferred was orange soda. So it's not your typical Coke or Sprite. So I loved running around looking for his damn orange soda. And, you know, it broke my heart when he died.
Yeah.
That was the best thing I think I took from all this, was spending 5+ years working hand in hand with one of my idols. And he was truly just one of the most, you know, and feedback, you know this because you worked with him some too, one of the most genuine people on the planet. And I asked him, I said, "Stan, why do you keep doing these damn Comic-Cons?" You know, and he goes, "Because Jarrett, at home, I just have to take out the trash." The guy that takes out the trash.
I don't have people for that. Ugh.
You know, and I can't say enough about how working with Stan, and it started with this show. And then I just became the guy who said, "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome Stan, the man, the legend, Lee."
And I can vouch for this as well, because I was in Chicago at a Wizard World, and I happened to see the Defuser doing his thing, and he was super fun and cool. So it was very neat.
And then that linked me, and Stan introduced me to William Shatner and Patrick Stewart, and I started doing a lot of work with them and moderating their panels and doing some opening stand-up comedy routine, which people say comedy, but yeah.
I could see that. Knowing you, I could see this, and I'd be like, "Yep, totally makes sense."
But yeah, I mean, it was fantastic. And then, of course, the link of the superhero to the police world that I worked. I created a program called Being a Hero in Your Community, and went around to over, I think, 130 elementary schools in Central Texas and did a thing on being a hero in your community. And that's where the comic book came in, the coloring book came in.
I'm gonna go back to those pictures too, because I have a couple of those. Like these.
Yeah, I went around all around Texas and did this 45-minute program on being a hero in your community, and it was essentially, no matter how big you are, no matter how strong you are or smart you are, if you wake up every day and ask yourself, "Who can I help today?" very soon you'll be a hero to someone. And it took off, and it really went well for several years. And yeah, there you go.
I mean, that is a wonderful. Like, it's super cool that you actually took the title and did something with it as well. So it's kind of neat.
And it also helped my charity, Scare for a Cure, because the show was the same year I founded my charity, Scare for a Cure.
Yes, tell us about it.
So Scare is one of the world's most extreme interactive haunted adventures. And most haunted houses take about 10 or 12 minutes to go through, and things go boom. Well, ours takes over an hour. You go through in a team, and it's like being trapped in a video game, a horror video game, and you have to go through and solve things and do things. And it was escape rooms before there were escape rooms.
Absolutely.
And we raise money primarily for the breast cancer resource centers, and for I live in a community right now right outside of Austin called Manor that has a certain lower socioeconomic level, and so we raise money for the school system. And to date, we've raised $365,000 for the Breast Cancer Resource Center, and about $30,000 for local schools and food banks and animal shelters. And we pick little different charities every year to give $1,500 or $2,500 to.
Which is fantastic.
Well over $350,000 to the Breast Cancer Resource Center.
All right, show off your shirt again so people can get it. I'm going to show you big. So show off your shirt.
Oh.
Be like, yep. Scare for a Cure, makes it fun. And I actually got the chance to go to one of these because it was the fairy tale year. So I went to Austin, Texas to go do it with my friend Mary Beth, who is not a horror person, but she totally did it. It was fantastic. Like, we got stuck in Cinderella's Prince's room for a long time, trying to find the right severed foot that fit the shoe so we could get out of the room.
Yeah, he was too lazy to travel the countryside with a slipper, so we had his soldiers cut off the feet of all the young maidens and bring them to him.
Right, so you had to walk past these people with no feet. They're like, oh, they took my foot, but I hope I'm the one that they pick. And I'm like, oh my God. So you walk in this room,
We did
7
some
feet on the ground, you had to find the one that fit the shoe. It's crazy. Okay, like to give you a scale of this, the ending sequence had like a full-size dragon head that breathed like smoke at you and was like, "Ma!" And you're like, what is going on? And then you get into a tunnel to escape them after the fairy godmother kind of saves you-ish. And then like okay, so this, can I give away the secret of the tunnel?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the tunnel, what you did is they put you inside of a big trailer truck type thing. So
But
they
you don't know it.
No. So you climb through a tunnel, and then all of a sudden you kind of get buffed around, but you're climbing through a tunnel, and you get out of the tunnel, and you're back at the start of the whole entire, like, haunted house thing. And you're like, how did I get here? And what is going on of the in-between? Like, there is craziness where you have to fall in a tunnel, and it totally, like, slams down, and it's crazy. Like, you have to climb through the floor of a place to get away from Goldilocks and the bears because they're crazy. And like if you ever get the chance to go to, don't even have the chance, you have to go to Austin, Texas to go to the Scare for a Cure because it is worth it. And it is nutty. Like, crazy nutty, good. It's one of the best haunted houses I've ever been in. So, and
we're 100% volunteer organization. Nobody gets paid. It all goes to the charities we support.
And is it one of your main special effects artist people from Face Off? Because I got
used to be, used to be.
Yep. So when I was there, she was there, and she was doing all this kind of stuff, and it was super fun. So it was a good time. Nicely done. So I give it 2 thumbs up. Ting ting. If I had more, I would. Yeah. All right, Hygiena, what did you do after the whole entire thing? I bet I could answer one little thing that you did.
Oh my God.
But we'll show some pictures. Here are some stuff that you sent to me. So let's talk about it. What is it?
Let's see. Oh, well, we got to go to a pretty fun party that when it premiered at San Diego Comic-Con with there's Starbuck from Battlestar Galactica and Stan.
I looked at the picture and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, where is this from? And why wasn't it there?
Yeah. It was when it premiered. And I got to do a lot of other comic conventions. You know, right after the show, there was that time that we were sequestered. And then right after the show aired, we started to kind of do, Mark and I, travel around a bit and do comic conventions. This one, remember this one, Matthew? Feedback?
Yeah.
And
that was tech support.
Support, we did that. We had a little fun panel.
There's Ted. There's Ark. See, I recognize them.
And so there was Mark and I. We were at that was Tulsa, the one before. And this, yes, that was that Gen Con? It might have been Gen Con.
I think that was Gen Con.
Yeah, that was pretty neat.
Gen Con in 2008.
Yeah, it was neat to, meet the other panelists. I got to be a blogger for the Battlestar Galactica auction. And so I got to go in they had a couple of the ships, and I sat in the captain's chair, Rosalind's chair, and met a lot of the Battlestar Galactica actors that were there. And I was very into Battlestar then. So that was really fun experience.
What?
A year later, you came and we had dinner at Universal where we were running around asking for people's clothes.
We did, and so we met there, and then I finally got to meet your husband.
Yeah, that's right. Hung out,
and then we had to recreate a scene, of course.
Yes.
Dun dun dun! Looking at our super watches.
That was fun. Yeah.
Everybody stand still and look at your watches.
Right. We were running around.
It was one of those wackadoodle moments, but it's fun. What is this?
This is there's a show that Felicia Day had called The Guild, and it was primarily on YouTube, and now it's on Netflix and whatnot. And I kind of got hooked up through weird D&D channels, and because she's a D&D player, and they were looking for somebody to help cast season 2. And I said, I can help you. I can come help you. And then we just hit it off, and she's like, "You want to be on one of our guild episodes? It's like a party scene." And I said, yeah. And then so I don't know, we just became friends and did that. And it was cool because they were going to Comic-Cons, and I went to their first panel at Comic-Con, and it was like a little bit of line, you know what I mean? And Dr. Horrible and all that was going on. So she had a little bit of following, and then the next Comic-Con in San Diego, they had to go into a different hall.
Yeah.
It was nuts. It was crazy. How big,
Giant.
yeah.
She's one of my favorite people, so I'm super jealous. And you're just like, yeah, we became friends. And I was like, what? Because I was watching the Guild, and I was like, is that Hygiena? And I actually messaged you, and I was like, are you on this show? And she's like, yeah, it's a weird story. And I was like,
nerd. Yeah, she likes to play, you know, like online gaming, and now she has a daughter, and yeah. So yes, that was fun. That was not too long after the show, I think, because I was still going to Comic-Cons and whatnot and dressing up as Hygiena.
Makes me happy because last year at Comic-Con, she was doing the Sci-Fi Wire big debate.
Yes.
And so she was on there, and I'm just like, it kills me that one of my friends is friends with her. I'm like, I need to be friends with her instead of making friends. Just an FYI. What is this?
This is in Morocco. This is Marrakesh, and I filmed an Expedia commercial there. And it was the end of the summer. Ella was just going into kindergarten, and we had waited all year for her to go to this kindergarten mixer, you know, at school. It was like you bring your basket, and then I got called to do the thing, and they were like, "Oh, in 72 hours you have to be in Marrakesh." So I'm like, Mark, you're going to have to go to the kindergarten mixer because I got to go to Marrakesh. And then there's like a part of me that was like, am I going to get sold into slavery? Like, what is really going on here? Because I didn't meet the people. I met two of them in France. We stopped at another, like the actors. It was very bizarre. And then all of a sudden, one day, I literally was on the playground with Ella. And like the next day, I was in Spain. Then I was in London. And then I was in Marrakesh.
You sent me these pictures, and I was like, what is going on? Like, what? You're like, oh, yeah, I was in Marrakesh. And I was like,
It was a bizarre,
It was supposed to simulate Vegas, right?
Yeah, they wanted to shoot it in Vegas, and it was cheaper to fly all of us to Marrakesh than close down a casino in Vegas. So they flew us all to Marrakesh. Yeah, and it was super fun, but it was really like mommy goes to Marrakesh for a week.
See, I think Justin actually says it's the best because Justin says, I thought you were cool before, Hygiena, but now you're awesome. And Kat says, you're hanging out with all the cool kids. I agree with both of these things because I was like, what? Yep.
See, that's just good, clean living.
Exactly.
Sparkles. All right, let's hit it. So now we have some cutie, adorable pictures of Sparkle Girl.
That's right. There's Ella when we went to Kamikaze for the reunion, and we tried to get her in a little Hygiena costume, and that's when she dressed up and she got to meet Stan. It was very cute. And then Ella has totally taken over the family cosplay and has since 3 years old. If she sees a character on TV, she doesn't need to just understand the character. She has to dress like the character. It's a really bizarre thing. Like she doesn't see like Maleficent when she watched it. She has to dress like Maleficent. And this is like it's a bizarre thing because I told you I never showed her the show or anything. This is just her own gene, and she's still like that. She still has to dress whatever we're doing. She has to dress up. So it's been a real fun thing watching her embrace cosplay.
I feel like we are fabulous friends, but I feel like I'd be friends with your kid, even though apparently I hate you. But I still feel like I'd be super good friends with your friend because I was like, yeah, your kids are great. I was like, yes. And by the way, Harley Quinn, great. Love it.
Yeah.
The Superhero Girls one.
She's been through a Harley Quinn stage hardcore. Yeah.
I've done Harley Quinn 3 times. I'll send you pictures. All right. Here we go. What about Geek Mom? Tell me about this.
Yeah, this is also through Felicia. Felicia had this thing where I think they were doing something for her site. She worked with Geek and Sundry, and she's like, she contacted Geek Mom, and she's like, you got to meet this girl, meet this mom, Melody, and so she hooked me up with them, and for a few years, and this was a perfect gig to have when I was a stay-at-home mom. Because I could just write some articles and I'd get sent things to review, you know, and I did it all when Ella would go to bed. And I could work because when you have little ones, your primary job is your child. And so this was a really fun community to be a part of. And I also made a meetup called Geeklings and Parental Units. That's yes. And it was a like-minded group of people in Los Angeles here who like geeked out about all the same stuff. So it was a really nice transition from our geekiness as a couple to our geekiness as a family.
Love it. And speaking of family, your last picture is
This is Ella. I know it's really weird looking. She is an Irish dancer. An Irish dancer has these huge big wigs and these outfits and stuff, and she's been doing this since she was in kindergarten, and she's right now 4th in the Western region in her age. Yeah, and she was supposed to be going to Tennessee in July because she qualified nationally, and it was canceled because of the COVID-19.
COVID, yeah.
But she has been dancing every single day in our parlor on Zoom. And
right before this, correct?
It was it was a meeting of getting to wear a costume for her and dancing and playing this part. So it was yeah, and it's nothing that I ever did. And Mark is like the best dance dad. He helps me out through all of the stuff. He let's get this wig on this kid.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, it's just a weird subculture that really that's where most of my time goes to now. Is we used to go to San Diego for cons. Now we go to San Diego for, it's called Feshes or Feshiana, but it's the same thing. We go into ballrooms and we sit on the floor and we get her dressed and she dances. Like it's the same kind of feeling. It's just now we're supporting her and watching her dreams grow.
But not enough comics at these things.
Right?
I think Mark's like a little could we go back to the comics?
I feel like I know more about that. I don't know much about the other ones.
And some Bobby.
And we run a D&D adventure in the corner over
right.
here.
Right. And Matthew and Mark are on a weekly D&D game.
Yeah, I know. And y'all have been for a while.
They're just finishing White Plume Mountain right now.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
They play online. And that was before COVID. They've just been playing forever online, and so they've been doing that for how many years? I
don't even know anymore.
Yeah, which is pretty cool because.
And speaking of how you know feedback, apparently he was at your finale party.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he was. That was our condo. That's when he came in and pulled me through the microwave. Same place. At the beginning of the show.
And Basura was at your party too? I'm jealous.
She was. Yeah, because she was down in LA. And these were the LA peeps for the finale party.
I look like an elf.
That there is Emily. That's our producer, Emily. And she's talking, the guy on the couch, they were just flirty. That's her husband now. And they have 2 kids.
Crazy.
They met at your party?
Yep, she tells everybody that story.
Oh, that's awesome.
They were friends, but they started to fall for each other right then.
Superhero love, that's what it is.
Yeah.
She was our superhero because we gave all of our people names, superhero names. So she was called the Grid because she always had everything in Excel. So it's always grids in there. So we're like, your name is the Grid. She's like, oh my God, I love that. I was like, good, because that's your nickname. Okay. So here's some more from the finale, right?
Yes, that's my best friend Louise, and that's Mark, of course. My friend Don came with his big, nice camera and was taking, trying to sneak, and they didn't want him to, but he was sneaking pictures here and there.
Because I was wondering where these pictures were from because I have never seen these before. And you sent me these and I'm like, what? How did I not see these?
Right.
These are some great pictures of wow, wait a minute, I scrolling around. But yeah, they're crazy good pictures. Yeah,
they were just moments caught of the finale. Just kind of candid. And Mark got to meet Stan then because we were talking to Stan and hanging out with Stan, but Mark actually got to meet him. And I mean, Mark is like Dan and Jarrett and Matthew, like you, this has been since his childhood, a hero. So that was pretty special for Mark to meet him and talk to him that way.
See, that's cool. It's cool that finally you got to meet back up. I think that's neat. These pictures are wonderful because it's everybody looking super cool on their podium boxes and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, and when we were going up to in our van up to this site at Universal, we drove by. We had to go through the parking garage, and I saw Mark's car. And I promise you, when I saw his car, I said, "That's it. I've already won. I'm going to see Mark today, and I don't care about anything else right now. Like I just want to see Mark because it'd been a month."
Yeah.
And I was like really happy. I was very, very happy because I knew he was going to be there. So.
And you only got a phone call to talk to him.
That's right. One phone call in a month.
This is so cute, like such a cute one of you and Basura.
Yes.
Like I was mad because all the LA people got to go to the finale, but anyone else got sent home and you had to fly back on your own dime. Or I was like, what?
I know.
I
didn't know.
Yeah, it's fine. But I would have been there if I could. So
I know.
Look at these great pictures. It's like, I loved it. Hypershrike was so adorbs in this because he's like, yeah, it's good, but I did flips and I was funny, and I was like,
he was cute. Yeah.
I'm like, that's how you win a show. I did flips and I was funny.
That's a great one.
Yeah, it is. It's like, oh, this headshot. Oh wait, I screwed it up. Wait, see that could totally. All right, let's get through some more. Am I going backwards? No, I'm good. Then there's this cute one. Wait, of everybody. See,
I love it.
Feedback. You were there at the first episode, and you were there at the last episode. I feel like you're a bookender. It's like one of those things.
Yeah, they wanted me to do the elimination or the interviews afterward. I guess it's not an elimination, but So I sent you the videos, and you got them.
Did, and then the only reason they didn't make it in the cut of like everybody's name is like you said, and Defuser's the winner, and I was like, oh, I can't put any of these now, and I'm like, forget it. But I have all of them, and can I?
It for you.
I know it's fun, but can I post those to like a YouTube thing where people can watch them, or are they like a thing?
I don't know. I don't know if they're a thing or not. I mean, right now, there's no law against me giving them to you and what you do with them.
I love that answer, and it's good. So I'll post them, and then if they have to take them down, I'll take them down later. But
aren't they on the DVD set?
No. So the only things that are on the DVD set, I actually wouldn't watch them all again. So the only thing that are on them are the final 3 of you guys.
Oh.
Right. And then weirdly, it's also Defuser's interview, which is how I got that takedown footage. Basura's interview is on there, and Major Victory's interviews at New York Comic Con.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And I was like, it's a weird mix of like, what is on this DVD?
That's random.
Like, yeah. But I'm like, whatever. But that's where that comes from. So anyway, I'll post them on the YouTube, and everybody can watch those because they're actually really good, and they're really like in depth. So I thought Feedback did a really good job on those interviews. So.
Oh, thanks. I posted the one where I did the interview with Stan after he passed away, and that was you know, nice to see him, you know, in that format.
Tell me the guy's name. Y'all mentioned his name already. He worked for NBC Universal. He was in charge of marketing.
Bill Brennan. Yep.
Bill Brennan is the only reason I got to do a sci-fi movie.
So
yeah, he stood for all of us. I'd say if there's anyone on the sci-fi side, he was always
he was the only person I kept talking to who, when I'd ask about the action figure, I'd ask about the comic, he's the only one that really seemed like he really gave a shit. Even if he didn't have the power to do something, I felt he wasn't blowing me off.
Nope. Yeah. He was wonderful. Like, we dealt with him in New York, and he was wonderful.
He sent me all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. He was good. Like, he was super fun. But speaking of your movie, dun, dun, dun.
You don't have to show any of that.
But people asked, hey, did you do a movie? What was the movie?
I will tell the story, but we really don't need to show any footage because I know it's going to be late.
Can I just show one little part?
I was going to get a small little cameo like Feedback did. And it just turned out that the director lived here in Central Texas. And he wasn't appreciative of getting some unknown guy shoved into his movie that he had to rewrite a part for. To add a superhero to his movie that had nothing to do with superheroes.
Right. It had to do with lightning mega storms.
Yeah. It's basically Jaws with a lightning monster. That's all.
It really was.
So he had me come talk to him, and he goes, I'll give you 15 minutes. 4 hours later, And y'all understand this. He's a D&D fan. So
you had him.
So he says, okay, look, I can't promise you that I can get you in as your superhero. He goes, but I can totally get you in a real role. And I went, okay. And he goes, do you have to have the costume? I went, no. You know?
Right.
But
and so
you wear the costume?
So
I've already queued it up to the place. So I'm like, go ahead.
Area of all places to film this movie. They treated me like a rock star. They were so good to me. All the producers and directors had heard how I was kind of getting screwed about the comic and the action figure. Man, they laid it all out for me. And when I landed, out of the 24 speaking roles, I was number 23. So I just had a short little role as a deputy. By the time we ended, I was number 9, and I had my own trailer and my own driver.
Yeah.
And I'm in like 8, 10 different scenes in the movie.
And if we had time, I would show them all because I might have chopped them all up and put them in there.
They gave me a stunt credit for driving. They gave me a consultant credit for law enforcement consultation. And while it was in the contract, I wasn't supposed to get paid for the role. The director was like, "Oh hell no, you're getting rate. You're getting regular daily rate." And so so this is how I actually ended up with the diffuser. Once they heard the whole story, the director was like, "We're putting the diffuser in this movie."
I couldn't resist, and we have to show it. I know we're running out of time, but this little one scene, please, you have to let me show it.
I'll tell you what this came about is the director, we're all having dinner with Kevin Sorbo, who was the lead actor. And Kevin Sorbo looked it up and he goes, "You have a fan club?"
Yeah, you do.
And so the director they all started passing around their tablets looking at the diffuser and the show. And he goes, "Oh, we got to work this in. We got to work this in." So this is how they worked it in.
Okay. Fabulous. All right. We'll just show this one little clip.
Who is the diffuser? Well, I am.
Hey, Al. Morning, Sheriff. I was checking those reports for you.
I swear, that guy looks exactly like you. Are you sure you don't have a twin brother running around out there?
No, sir, I don't. Besides, he's taller than me. Oh, yeah, Sheriff. Lizzie Duke called again.
All right, we'll only show that little part. Actually, I lied. We're going to show one more part because I love this part.
She said next time, she's just going to shoot him.
She's going to shoot.
Does she own a gun?
Her husband did some burn nut, and I bet she's got an old shotgun laying around.
You'll see why we're continuing this in a minute.
Nader kids.
The hood of the car.
And if
DJ
owns a shotgun, just make sure she's not using anything more powerful than rock salt.
I'm on it.
You know, the accident was a little odd. I want both of you to keep your eyes open.
It's coming up.
I'm not sure, but I'm going to talk to that woman once she wakes up.
Oh,
Sheriff, I'm going to head on over to Lizzie's and make sure she's not shooting any kids.
It's my favorite part.
Without rock salt.
Okay. Hey, Al.
Sir.
What is it that thing, that guy says? What is it?
What, the diffuser?
Yeah, the diffuser guy.
You mean when the diffuser's around, bad guys are going down?
Yeah, that's it. But say it the way he says it. Come on.
When the diffuser's around, bad guys are going down.
All right.
I love that Kevin Sorbo's like, yeah,
that was all Kevin Sorbo.
It's good.
Kevin Sorbo insisted that little snippet was in there because he just thought it was awesome.
Other people find it hilarious. But yes! And yeah. But my favorite is when this part, and this is the last thing I swear I'll play for it, is when he peeks out the window and you go run into your car. Yeah. All right, I'll stop. What? It's pretty good. Like, it's pretty funny.
It is
They
good.
asked me, because these are all Bulgarians, and they're like, TJ Hooker, can you slide? And I'm like, no, we don't do that. He goes, please. And so it took like 5 tries And the first 2 times, I didn't slide at all. I jumped on the hood and went, and went out the car. Like the third time, I dented the hood, so they had to open it and pop it back out. Oh, it was hilarious.
This reminds me of the very first episode of our series where you actually got to pose with the car and you got to jump off of that police car.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? And I'm like, I got to pose in an alley. And you're like, oh, I got to play with like a motorcycle and stuff. And I was like,
yeah,
it was fun.
I got to pose in a toilet.
Say that again?
Yeah. See, it's not as bad as that, but I just got an alley. So, like, we're kind of right there. It's nice. But, by the way, people want to see all of that. So, if you guys want to watch all of the Defuser's parts in it, I will post it to my YouTube playlist because somebody already edited all of Defuser's parts in the whole entire movie down to an 8-minute clip, and you can watch the whole entire thing in 8 minutes. Ding! I'm also going to post Feedback's Mega Snake because he's in it for like 90 seconds, and it's cool.
That's a real quick watch. Yeah.
But I'll put both of those on
Mega
there.
Snake.
It makes it fun. Mega Snake. Ugh. It was good.
I
He's
think
got very
Mega
costume.
was just a tiny bit ahead of its time because with all of these like Sharknadoes and whatnot, I think it was just a little bit ahead of its
early.
Do you remember, Hygiena, do you remember me and you talking to the like the president of the whole entire like SyFy network?
Yes.
So
about
we go
that.
to his office in 30 Rockefeller, right? And we get to go see the president of SyFy, and we're like, what? And we walk into his office, and he has a spider leg going from the back wall, and he goes tsh, tsh, on his desk. And I'm like, is that from Ice Spiders? And he's like, yeah, it is a leg from Ice Spiders. And I'm like, I thought so. And so we sat there and chatted for a little bit. And I'm like, can I ask you an honest question? And it's not nice. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, why are you making all these bad movies? Because like all these movies are horrible. And he's like, yeah, that's what people love. People love B movies. We can spend like $100,000 and make a movie and make $1 million off of it. And I was like, all right. It makes it fun.
And it was just on the cusp of it turning,
Yep.
you know what I mean? Like
It was
I
the
loved
whole
all
thing.
of those B movies, those sci-fi B movies, but it just turned like when Sharknado hit.
Yeah.
And that, you know, then it just became like that. People love that camp.
See,
Love
people
camp.
think there's just another Sharknado. Matt needs to be in it.
Yeah.
Great.
And,
7, don't be a kiss ass.
and Megan loves my Sharknado costume, which was a fully spinning tornado that I walked around in. It was fine.
Matt,
show it to you later.
Nathan Friesen is a huge Feedback fan. He's one of my friends, and he says if he had to pick between the two of us, he'd have to go with Feedback.
Boom! I mean, I would too. Not just saying, but that's good. No, I'm kidding.
All right, so that's what season 3 should be: is all the heroes of season 1 versus the heroes of season 2, and we'll just
I have an actual other idea for season 3, but I'll talk to you that off screen. So it's more fun.
Walker and I'll come over there.
So I did want to show a couple more things, and then we can actually end this. But we actually got to go to Comic-Con together in 2008. So I want to show a couple pictures from that. So these are all of us in Comic-Con, and then they have this big walkway, which like it's a super greenhousey kind of thing, where people kind of come and you get to sign autographs and stuff like that. So these are us in a Comic-Con signing little autographs and things like that. Of course, Miss Limelight doing her pose. Boobs out, but it makes it fun. And this is where she got her little people, because I gave her, yeah. So some people have had them longer than others. But this is David, because we talked about him earlier. Yeah.
From Glass House?
Yeah, from Glass House Productions. And so he did all of our comic book covers. His company did them. He's super great, like super nice, lives in Florida, delightfulness. So I just want to make sure we highlight him.
The artist guy in the middle was Will Conrad, a very excellent.
And he did mine.
Nice.
Yeah, Will Conrad, excellent.
He's good. These are just some other pictures from the Comic-Cons. Oh, this one is actually from the gay booth because they had me come down and sign autographs at Prism Comics, which is like the gay comic books, and I was super excited for that. And then there's us just playing with them, and apparently Partha and Hygiena making out.
Yeah.
It makes it fun. And then, of course, I have a couple other convention-y things because I got to see Feedback other times because at other conventions, like this one was in Tampa. I got to see Fat Mama at MegaCon. I even got to see Mindset. He comes out eventually, but not to these
Wait
days.
a minute. So you didn't give him his action figure then?
I didn't have it. Somebody gave it to me like the day after this, and I was like, "Hey, I'll give it to him," because I just saw him, and I was like, I didn't have any way to contact him. I know. Anyway,
He's
so
changed the color of his light on front. It's blue now instead of white.
Yeah, because Matt, I don't know if you saw this, but I have it.
That's right. I saw
know,
you
right?
show that up.
Boom! And I was like,
My lipstick.
Baggins, thief. He hates it.
Shenanigans. But yeah, it makes it fun. But I want to talk about one more thing, and then I swear we'll end because I know we're going super late, and I just knew this was going to be one of those days because I was like, "There's no way we can get through 2 final episodes and all everything like catching back up." And I'm like, shenanigans. But all of us got to meet back up at 2013 at Kamikaze, which is Stan Lee's Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of neat because we all got invited there to be like a big reunion type thing. And it was a super good time. And so this is us. We were at Sunday at 10 a.m., which I was not excited about because I was barely awake at this time.
Yeah.
I'm a night owl. But, oh yeah, RuPaul was there, by the way. So I took a picture of him. But this is us on stage. And Defuser, kind of like your chick, you got to host it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's
it was
that?
fun.
Yeah.
Who's our MC?
Yeah. And see, wait, James was there. Boom. But yeah, it's fun. Yep. But Feedback was there doing his little shtick. We got Nitro G. We got Lumeria. We got Levity. We got a whole bunch of like all of there. And so I think Fat Mama was up there. Basura. It was kind of like a good time kind of all around. Stan Lee showed up to do his little like speech. So it was kind of cool and answer a few questions. Anything you guys want to say about it?
That was really nice to kind of catch up with everybody and to see that people still kind of remembered the show and they had some love for the show.
Yeah, it was neat. Like it was finally a good chance to meet season 1 because I had met Feedback and I think Fat Mama. That was really it. So this I kind of got to meet a lot more of the other people.
And Iron Enforcer was there as well. I don't know why he didn't do the panel with us.
I don't know.
But he was there.
Yeah. He was at our booth because we actually got pictures with him too and stuff like that.
Nitro was there and
and Nitro
Levity
was
and
Power
Lumeria.
Entertainment, right?
Yeah.
Nitro does?
Yeah. Nitro worked with
Wow.
Stan.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. So we did little super action poses. It's me and Basura. This is what I told you we had.
Yeah.
Sparkle Girl. Yeah, it was good. This is me meeting Levity because that was the first time I ever got to meet him.
Right.
And, right.
Tobias is very cool.
I loved him. I got to meet his partner that night.
nice.
So he and I, like on the very first day of the first episode, like we had lunch together. We spent all that time just like getting to know each other, and then it got eliminated. Like, and I was so grateful that at least we got to like spend a lot of time together. You know, before that was bogus.
Super fun. And watching season 1, I saw him and I was like, "Oh my god, there's a gay character!" And I'm like, "Yeah, and no," and I was like, "What?" And so we got to bitch about it together. Yeah, it was good. So we got to bitch about it, so it was nice. So we got to get back out. And then finally we got our picture with Stan. And I consider like this one of my iconic pictures because it's like, it's just a nice picture. But yeah, it was a good time. And also there's like a 20-minute clip on YouTube. And I'll also put that on my YouTube channel, so if anybody else wants to see it, where we kind of talk a little bit about it and stuff like that. So it makes it fun. Mm-hmm. All right, I think that is all I have.
That was a lot. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you for putting this together.
No problem.
You were fantastic.
I had to
Thank
go
you
back
for
to my hard drives and find all this footage, and I'm like, I know I have all this stuff because I'm like a reporter, and so I'm like, I have all of it. I just have to find it. So that makes sense.
Yes, I spent a few afternoons with you going through my stuff. Like, I know there's somebody who dressed in drag once. Like, yeah.
Right. Hygiena would send me like, she's like, here's 40 pictures. And I'm like, which ones do you want to use? And she's like, I don't care. I was like, okay, great.
I just know if you keep them, you're the archivalist, you know.
I am. Yeah. But anyway, I just want to say thank you guys for joining me on this. I really appreciate it. And it was super great to walk down memory lane for like the whole entire thing again. And it's one of those iconic shows that like I think still holds up over time, which is just kind of like nice. It's good.
And you can share it with next generations of fans too.
Absolutely. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you everybody else for watching.
Thank you for watching all these weeks and for all the comments, and it was so nice to connect with everybody.
It was.
Thank you fans for tuning in. Exactly.
Fans are always wonderful. They're just like, yeah, but it makes it fun. All right, everybody, have a great night, and shall we do it one more time? Excelsior.
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 Everybody.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye. Love you.
And we are clear.